Tonight, we go back to a time before the stars had names, before the gods we know even existed. The world was raw, untamed, and full of giants, the Titans. They weren't just on the earth, they were the earth. Mountains, winds, oceans, all part of them. This is a story of immense power, long shadows, and the quiet passing of one age to the next. If this helps you relax, you can subscribe or leave a like. Only if it feels right. And if you want, let me know where you're listening from and what hour it is. Now settle in, let your shoulders relax, let the world fade away, and let's begin the story of the Titans. Before there were Titans, before there were names that repeated themselves through stories, there was simply space. Not space as we understand it now, with stars and distance and direction, but an open state where nothing was settled yet. There was no clear ground to stand on, and no sky to look up to. Things had not decided what they were going to be. This was not a dramatic beginning. There was no sudden explosion, no loud moment that marked a clear start. Instead, everything existed in a loose and quiet way, spread out, unshaped, and unhurried. Time did not rush forward, it barely moved at all. In this early state, nothing was missing, but nothing was finished either. There were no borders, no up or down that truly mattered, just room for things to appear when they were ready. From this openness, the first presence slowly took form, not as a character walking onto a stage, but as something steady and unavoidable. Gaia came into being, not by arriving from somewhere else, but by becoming. She did not step onto the world, she was the world. Gaia was ground, depth, and surface all at once. She was the quiet answer to the question of where things could exist. Hills and valleys were not separate from her. They were expressions of her shape. Stone, soil, and future forests rested within her without effort. She did not move quickly, and she did not need to. Gaia did not speak or act in sudden ways. Her presence was enough. By existing, she allowed other things to exist as well. Beneath her, something else formed, a depth that was not meant for life or growth, but for holding. This was Tartarus. It was far below the surface, deeper than light could reach, and heavier than silence. Tartarus was not a place of punishment yet. It had no purpose beyond being deep. It waited. It always would. Above Gaia, the open space began to settle into something more defined. Uranus, the sky, stretched out and covered the world. He was wide and constant, pressing gently but firmly down upon Gaia. Where she was solid and patient, he was endless and unbroken. Together, earth and sky formed the first clear structure, below and above, holding and covering. Between them, the world began to feel complete, though it was still very young. But completeness often carries tension. As Gaia and Uranus existed together, new beings emerged, not all at once, and not with ceremony. Children came into being because there was now room for them. These were the first generation to truly belong to the world rather than simply define it. Among them were the Titans. They were not gods in the familiar sense yet. They were forces with shape, each tied to a part of existence that was becoming more clear. There were 12 of them, born from earth and sky, and each carried something essential. Oceanus stretched outward, connected to the edges of the world where land would one day end. Tethys moved with him, shaping the flow and calm of waters. Hyperion stood with light and order, while Theia reflected brightness and sight. Coeus held intelligence and curiosity, and Phoebe carried quiet understanding. Crius watched the movement of stars, and Mnemosyne held memory itself. Iapetus turned toward the future of struggle and effort, and Themis leaned into balance and law. Rhea brought comfort and continuity, while Cronus, the youngest, watched more than he spoke. They did not rule yet, they existed. But not all children of Gaia and Uranus were welcomed in the same way. Some were born powerful in a different sense. The Cyclopes, with their single eye and raw strength, carried force that was difficult to control. The Hecatoncheires, massive and overwhelming, seemed too much for the quiet balance Uranus preferred. Uranus looked at these children and felt fear. Rather than allowing them space, he pushed them away. He forced them down, deep into Gaia, trapping them within her. This was not a loud act of cruelty. It was quiet and constant pressure. The sky simply refused to let some of his children exist freely. Gaia felt this deeply. She carried the weight of it inside herself. The pain was slow, steady, and impossible to ignore. The Titans watched as well. They saw the imbalance forming, a ruler who feared what he had created, a world that was beginning to strain under that fear. Some Titans accepted this as the way things were. Others turned their attention elsewhere. Cronus did not look away. He was the youngest, but he listened more than the others. He noticed how Uranus never lifted himself away from Gaia, how the world felt closed, pressed, unable to breathe fully. He noticed Gaia's growing discomfort, and he waited. Waiting came easily to him. He did not rush toward action or speak of rebellion. He let time stretch on, because time itself seemed to favor patience. When Gaia finally spoke, she did not shout. She asked. She asked which of her children would help her change things. Most remained silent. One stepped forward. Cronus. What followed would reshape everything, but even this moment did not arrive with chaos. It came with intention, with a quiet agreement between Earth and her youngest son. Cronus rose against Uranus not out of sudden anger, but because the balance had become unbearable. When the sky was finally separated from the Earth, it was not a destruction of the world, but a widening of it. Space opened between above and below. The world could breathe. Uranus fell away, and with him went the first form of absolute rule. Cronus took his place, and the Titan Age truly began. But that story belongs to what comes next. For now, the world had reached its first pause. Earth below, sky above, depth beneath, space between. The Titans standing quietly within it, unaware of how long their time would last, or how closely they were already being watched by the future. When Gaia existed on her own, she was already complete. But completeness does not mean stillness. Even in her earliest form, the world was not meant to remain flat and silent forever. Gaia did not plan in the way later gods would. She did not design. She responded. As space opened above her and depth settled below, Gaia began to take on clearer shape. Not suddenly, and not all at once. The world formed slowly, as if testing each detail before allowing it to stay. The first changes were subtle, gentle rises and shallow dips across her surface. Nothing sharp yet, nothing dramatic. These early forms were not mountains or valleys as we would later know them. They were suggestions. Places where the ground leaned upward or rested lower, as if stretching after a long sleep. Gaia did not separate herself from these forms. They were not things placed upon her, they were her. When the land rose, it was her lifting. When it settled, it was her resting. Over time, these movements became more confident. Hills grew into mountains. Low places widened and deepened. Paths formed where water would one day move, even before water truly existed in motion. The shape of the world began to feel intentional, even though no one was directing it. This was how Gaia worked, not by command, but by presence. As her surface grew more varied, it also became more welcoming. The world no longer felt like a single, endless plain. It had regions now, areas that felt different from one another, even without names or borders. Some places were heavy and quiet. Others felt open and expectant. Above her, Uranus remained close. The sky stretched wide. covering everything Gaia became. At first, this closeness felt natural, protective, even. The world was young, and being held tightly did not seem like a problem. But closeness can become pressure. As Gaia continued to shape herself, she began to feel the weight of Uranus more clearly. He did not move away. He did not give space. He remained pressed against her, constant and unyielding. Where Gaia changed and adapted, Uranus stayed the same. This imbalance mattered. The world was forming, but it could not fully expand. Every rise met resistance. Every deepening met weight. Gaia could shape herself, but only within limits. Still, life continued to emerge. The Titans were already present, watching and existing within this forming world. They did not wander across Gaia's surface the way later beings would. They were tied to it more directly. Each Titan reflected something that was settling into place. Oceanus traced the edges, defining where land would one day end and waters would stretch outward. Even before seas fully moved, his presence marked boundaries. Tethys flowed alongside him, gentle and constant, shaping calm and connection. Hyperion brought order to light, not brightness alone, but rhythm. The idea that light could rise and fall, appear and retreat. Thea reflected that light, giving it meaning and visibility. Together, they introduced the sense that time could be measured. Coeus leaned toward understanding, not knowledge as facts, but awareness. The sense that the world could be thought about. Phoebe balanced him with quiet clarity, the kind that did not demand attention. Creus watched movement. He observed patterns in the sky, even before stars fully claimed their places. Mnemosyne held memory, allowing the world to remember itself as it changed. Nothing was lost entirely while she existed. Iapetus stood closer to effort and consequence. He represented the idea that actions mattered, that struggle would shape the future. Themis carried balance, the idea that order could exist without force. Rhea brought continuity, comfort, and the steady passing from one state to another. And Cronus observed all of it. The Titans did not rule during this time. They were not kings or judges. They were part of the structure itself. Their presence helped the world feel stable, even as it continued to change. But Gaia carried more than just the Titans. Within her depths, other children existed. The Cyclopes, powerful and focused, held raw force that did not fit neatly into the calm shaping of the world. The Hecatoncheires were even more overwhelming, vast, and uncontrollable, their many arms representing strength without restraint. Uranus saw these children and felt unease. To him, they were disruptions. Too loud, too strong, too unpredictable. Instead of allowing them space, he pressed them back into Gaia, deep into her body, where they could not be seen or heard. He sealed them away, not with chains or walls, but with weight and refusal. Gaia endured this silently at first. She was patient by nature. She had always been patient. But this was different. These children were part of her. Holding them imprisoned within herself caused a pain that did not fade with time. The shape of the world continued to form, but now it carried tension. Mountains rose, but they felt heavier. Valleys deepened, but they felt closed. The surface of Gaia began to reflect her discomfort. The Titans noticed changes as well. Some felt it through Themis, sensing imbalance. Others through Mnemosyne, remembering how things had felt before. But few spoke of it openly. Cronus felt it clearly. He understood time, even before time was fully defined. He sensed that this state could not last, that the world could not continue to grow while pressed so tightly between sky and depth. Gaia eventually reached her limit. When she spoke, it was not in anger. It was in exhaustion. She called to her children, asking for help, asking for someone to act where she could not. The silence that followed was long. Many Titans were comfortable. The world, after all, existed. They had space. They had purpose. Why risk changing it? But comfort is not the same as balance. Cronus stepped forward. He did not do so loudly. He did not declare himself a hero. He accepted the task with the same patience that defined him. Gaia gave him what he needed, not as a weapon of rage, but as a tool of separation. What followed was decisive, but not chaotic. Cronus confronted Uranus and forced distance where there had been none. The sky was lifted away from the earth. Space expanded between them, real and lasting. The world inhaled. This separation did not destroy the structure Gaia had formed. It completed it. With Uranus removed from constant closeness, Gaia could finally settle fully into her shape. Mountains rose higher, valleys deepened with intention. The surface of the world felt open, stable, and ready. The imprisoned children remained trapped for now. That injustice had not yet been corrected, but the pressure eased. Gaia could endure again. Cronus took his place as ruler, though at first his rule felt more like guardianship than command. The Titan Age began not with celebration, but with quiet adjustment. The world rested. Gaia, now fully shaped, held everything with steady patience. She had endured pressure, pain, and change, and remained. Her role was not to rule or to judge. It was to support, to be the place where all stories could happen. The Titans stood upon her, each carrying their part of existence. Above them, the sky remained distant. Below them, Tartarus waited, unchanged. Everything was in place. The stage was set. What remained was time. And time, as Cronus would soon learn, never stops shaping the world. Before Uranus was a ruler, he was simply present. The sky did not arrive with intention or ambition. It spread outward because there was room to spread. Wide, endless, and calm, Uranus covered the forming world without effort. He was not placed above Gaia, he became above her. At first, this closeness felt natural. The world was young, and being held tightly did not seem like a problem. Gaia shaped herself beneath the sky, and Uranus remained close, touching every rise and fall of the land. There was no distance between them, no separation. Earth and sky existed together as a single structure. In those early moments, rule did not exist. There were no commands or boundaries enforced by will. Uranus did not govern because there was nothing yet to govern. He was simply the upper half of the world, constant and unmoving. But as the world continued to take shape, presence slowly turned into control. Gaia's surface became more defined. Mountains lifted themselves higher, low places widened and deepened. The world was no longer a flat expression of existence. It had variation, tension, and possibility. And with possibility came unpredictability. Uranus noticed this. Unlike Gaia, who adapted without resistance, Uranus remained fixed in his nature. He did not change as the world changed beneath him. His constancy, once harmless, became restrictive. Every movement of the earth pressed against him. Every rise felt like a challenge. The sky did not step back. Instead, Uranus pressed closer. This was not an act of anger. It was not cruelty in the way later stories would define it. It was fear, quiet and unspoken. Fear of losing relevance, fear of change, fear of what the world might become if left to expand freely. So Uranus held firm. He remained pressed against Gaia, denying space between above and below. The world existed, but it existed tightly bound. Nothing could grow without resistance. Nothing could rise without meeting the sky. This was the first form of rule. Not spoken, not declared, but enforced through presence alone. The Titans were born into this state of the world. They did not experience freedom before structure. For them, the closeness of sky and earth was normal. It was how things had always been. They moved within the limits that already existed. Some Titans accepted this easily. Oceanus traced the edges of the world, finding space where the sky felt more distant. Tethys followed him, shaping calm movement where pressure eased. Hyperion and Thea focused upward, toward light and reflection, less concerned with the ground below. Others felt the weight more clearly. Themis sensed imbalance long before it was spoken. Mnemosyne remembered the early openness, even if it was faint and difficult to define. Iapetus understood that pressure would one day produce struggle, and Cronus observed. Uranus, meanwhile, began to see his children not as extensions of the world, but as risks within it. They were powerful. Each Titan embodied something essential, something that could grow beyond its place. Power invites fear in those who rule. This fear became clear when Gaia bore other children. The Cyclopes and the Hecaton shares were different from the Titans. Their strength was immediate and overwhelming. They did not represent balance or structure, they represented raw force. Uranus could not tolerate this. He did not consider guiding them or allowing them a place in the world. He chose denial. He pushed them back into Gaia, forcing them deep within her. He buried them not out of strategy, but out of refusal. To Uranus, if something caused fear, it should not exist. This decision marked a change. Rule was no longer passive. It became active suppression. Gaia felt this deeply. Carrying her imprisoned children caused her constant pain. It was not sharp or sudden. It was dull and unending, the kind of pain that reshapes patience into resolve. The world itself began to reflect this tension. The land felt heavier, the surface less willing to shift. Growth slowed, not because it was impossible, but because it was resisted. The Titans lived within this tightening world. Some adapted, some ignored it. Others felt uneasy, but did not yet understand why. Cronus understood. He saw how Uranus treated his children. He saw how the sky refused to move, refused to yield. He saw how Gaia endured silently. And he learned something important. Power, when afraid, does not loosen its grip. It tightens it. Uranus never named himself king. He never claimed authority aloud. But everything existed beneath him. Literally, the sky was above all, untouched, unreachable, and constant. Nothing could rise beyond him. Nothing could escape his presence. This was the first hierarchy. Above and below, pressing and bearing, ruling and enduring. Gaia eventually spoke to her children, but Uranus did not hear her, or chose not to. He remained fixed in place, convinced that stillness was strength. But stillness can become stagnation. The Titans began to sense that the world could be different, that space itself was being denied, that the closeness which once felt protective now felt suffocating. Gaia asked for help. This was not rebellion yet. It was a request for relief, a desire for balance. She did not ask for Uranus to be destroyed. She asked for distance. Most Titans hesitated. Uranus was the sky. He was everything above them. How does one oppose something so vast? How does one challenge what has always been there? Cronus did not ask these questions. He had watched long enough to understand that time favors change, that what seems eternal often depends on others staying still, and that the sky, for all its size, relied on Gaia to support it. When Cronus agreed to act, the decision was already overdue. What followed was not chaos. It was separation. Cronus forced Uranus away from Gaia. He created space where none had existed. The sky was lifted, pulled back, and held apart. Above and below became distinct for the first time. The world changed immediately. Air moved, space opened. Gaia could stretch and settle without resistance. The surface of the world expanded naturally, no longer pressed flat by the sky's weight. Uranus, removed from constant closeness, lost his role as ruler. His authority had depended entirely on his position. Once separated, he could no longer enforce control. This was the end of the first rule. But it was not the end of its consequences. Uranus did not leave quietly. As he was cast away, he made warnings. Promises that the same fate would one day reach Cronus, that no ruler escapes replacement forever. Cronus took his place as the new authority. Unlike Uranus, he did not press himself into the world. He ruled from within it, standing upon Gaia rather than above her. At first, his rule felt lighter. The Titans had space, the world breathed, Gaia rested more easily. But the memory of Uranus remained. The Titans had learned that power could be taken. That rule was not permanent. That fear could shape decisions as strongly as wisdom. Above them, the sky remained distant. Below them, Tartarus waited in silence. The world existed between these layers, shaped by what had already been lost and gained. Uranus had been the first to rule, not because he chose to, but because of where he stood. His fall marked the beginning of a pattern that would repeat. The world was no longer innocent. Structure had been introduced, authority had been challenged. And the Titans, standing at the center of it all, were about to learn how heavy rule could become. With the sky pulled back and space finally opened, the world entered a new phase. It did not rush forward, it settled. Gaia rested into her shape, and the distance above her allowed movement, breath, and change to feel natural for the first time. It was within this calmer structure that the Titans truly came into focus. They had existed before, born from earth and sky while the world was still pressed together. But now, with separation in place, they were able to take on clearer roles. They were no longer just present, they became defined. There were 12 Titans, 6 brothers, and 6 sisters. They were not identical in nature or purpose. Each reflected a different part of the world as it was becoming more complex and more stable. They did not gather in one place. They did not sit in judgment or rule as a council. Their influence spread outward, shaping the world quietly through what they represented rather than through commands. Oceanus was the first to stretch outward. He moved toward the edges of the world, where land would eventually give way to endless water. Even before seas fully formed, Oceanus marked boundaries. He defined where things ended, and in doing so gave the world shape. He did not interfere with the center. He did not seek control. His role was distance, continuity, and connection. Where Oceanus existed, there was movement without conflict. Beside him was Tethys. She shaped the gentle flow within boundaries, springs, rivers, and the idea that water could nourish rather than overwhelm, all came through her presence. Together, Oceanus and Tethys made the world feel connected rather than fragmented. Hyperion turned upward. He was drawn to light, not as brightness alone, but as order. He carried the sense that light could follow patterns, that it could rise and fall, appear and retreat. Through Hyperion, the idea of rhythm entered the world. Theia reflected that light. She did not create it, but she made it visible and meaningful. Through her, brightness gained form, reflection, sight, and awareness followed. Light was no longer just present, it could now be perceived. Coeus leaned toward understanding. He represented awareness without urgency, curiosity without restlessness, the quiet sense that the world could be known, even if it was never fully understood. He did not chase answers, he allowed them to come. Phoebe balanced him. Where Coeus was open inquiry, Phoebe was clarity. Calm, steady insight. She did not speak often, but when she did, things made sense. she brought a quiet order to thought itself. Crius watched movement and direction. He observed how things shifted, how patterns formed and repeated. The idea that the sky itself could be mapped and followed began with him. Through Crius, direction gained meaning. Mnemosyne held memory. Without her, the world would have forgotten itself as it changed. She allowed the past to remain present, not as burden, but as continuity. Through her, experience accumulated rather than vanished. Iapetus stood closer to effort and consequence. He represented struggle, limitation, and the cost of action. Through him came the understanding that not everything was effortless, that progress often required endurance. Themis carried balance, not law enforced through punishment, but fairness that emerged naturally. She represented the sense that things could be aligned without force. That order did not always need authority. Rhea brought continuity and comfort. She stood for cycles, transition, and the steady movement from one state to another. Birth, growth, and passing all rested within her influence. And then there was Cronus, the youngest, the quietest, the one who listened more than he spoke. Cronus did not claim a domain the way the others did. He did not move outward or upward. He watched time itself. Change, cause and effect. He noticed how things began and how they ended. He understood something the others did not yet fully grasp. Nothing stays as it is. Together, these 12 titans formed the foundation of the world, not as rulers issuing commands, but as principles embedded into reality. Their presence allowed the world to function without collapsing into chaos or stagnation. They did not demand worship. They did not shape the world through emotion or desire. They existed, and the world responded. Gaia watched them quietly. They were her children, but they were also parts of her. Each titan reflected something she carried within herself. Through them, the world became more than land and sky. It gained structure, memory, rhythm, and meaning. But not everything born from earth and sky fit so neatly. The Cyclopes and the Hecaton shears remained imprisoned within Gaia. Their strength, their force, had been rejected by Uranus, and their suffering had not ended with his removal. Cronus did not release them, not yet. This decision mattered. The Titans ruled in balance, but they ruled selectively. Power that fit into structure was allowed to exist freely. Power that felt disruptive remained buried. This was not cruelty in their eyes. It was caution. Cronus, now at the center of Titan authority, believed in control through prevention. He had seen what fear could do to Uranus. He did not want chaos to return, and so he maintained what he believed was stability. For a time, this worked. The world under Titan rule was calm. Growth was steady. Change happened slowly. There were no sudden disasters, no dramatic shifts. Everything moved at a measured pace. Gaia rested more easily than she had under Uranus. The sky remained distant. The surface of the world felt open and supported. This was the Titan age at its most stable. But stability has its limits. The Titans, for all their balance, were not immune to fear. They remembered Uranus's fall. They knew that power could be taken. And they understood, even if they did not say it aloud, that the same pattern could repeat. Cronus understood this most clearly. When he heard the warning spoken by Uranus as he fell, it stayed with him, a reminder that rule invites replacement. That time, which Cronus himself embodied, does not stop for anyone. This knowledge did not make him wise, it made him cautious. And caution, when taken too far, becomes control. The Titans continued their roles. Oceanus flowed, Hyperion kept light and rhythm, Mnemosyne preserved memory. Themis maintained balance, Rhea ensured continuity. But beneath this calm surface, something began to form. Fear. Not loud, not dramatic. Just enough to influence decisions. Cronus watched the world and began to wonder what would come next. He had helped remove his father to create space. Now he worried that someone else might do the same to him. The Titan Age continued, but it was no longer innocent. The children of Earth and Sky had shaped the world into something stable and lasting. But stability, once achieved, always raises the same question. How long can it be kept? That answer was still waiting. Not every child of Earth and Sky fit easily into the world the Titans were shaping. While the 12 Titans settled into their roles and allowed the world to find balance, other beings remained hidden, buried, and unheard. They were born from the same parents, they belonged to the same beginning, yet they were treated differently from the moment they existed. These were the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. They did not arrive quietly. Their presence was heavy, immediate, difficult to ignore. Where the Titans represented structure and gradual change, these children represented force without refinement, power without patience. The Cyclopes were singular in focus. Each bore one great eye, not as a flaw, but as a symbol of intensity. They did not see the world in pieces. They saw it whole, direct, and unfiltered. Their strength was precise, and their skill was unmatched when it came to shaping raw materials. The Hecatoncheires were something else entirely. Massive, overwhelming, and nearly impossible to contain. With 100 arms and uncountable strength, they embodied excess. Too much power in one place. Too much presence to fit comfortably into a world that valued balance. From the beginning, Uranus feared them. To him, these children did not represent potential, they represented risk. They were unpredictable, uncontainable. And worse, they reminded him that the world was changing beyond his control. Rather than allowing them space, Uranus chose removal. He pushed them down into Gaia, deep within her body. There were no trials, no explanations, just rejection. When Uranus was removed from power, this decision was not undone. Cronus took his place as ruler, but he did not free the imprisoned children. He understood the reason they had been hidden. He shared the same fear, even if he expressed it differently. To Cronus, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires were reminders of chaos, of strength that did not listen, of power that could not be guided easily. And so, he left them where they were, deep within Gaia. This choice shaped the Titan Age more than most realized. The world above moved on. The Titans ruled. Order settled into place. But beneath the surface, something remained unresolved. The Cyclopes endured their confinement with focus rather than despair. They waited. Time moved differently for them. They did not weaken. They did not forget. They sharpened their understanding of the world above, listening through stone and earth. The Hecatoncheires endured differently. Their confinement was heavier, more suffocating. They strained against it constantly. Their presence pressed outward, testing the limits of Gaia's patience and strength. Gaia felt all of it. She had carried mountains, seas, and titans without complaint. But carrying imprisoned children was different. Their confinement was not natural. It did not belong to the balance she sought to maintain. Still, Gaia did not act immediately. She had already challenged Uranus once. She had helped place Cronus on the throne. She watched carefully now, understanding that change, once begun, often follows patterns. The Titans, meanwhile, rarely spoke of their buried siblings. Some avoided the subject entirely, others justified the decision quietly. The world was stable, they told themselves. The Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires were dangerous. Their release might undo everything. Oceanus remained distant, flowing along the edges of the world. Hyperion focused on light and rhythm. Themis held balance where she could. Mnemosyne remembered, even when others preferred to forget. Cronus knew they were there. He felt their presence beneath the world, like a pressure that never fully disappeared. But he believed control meant prevention. That stability required sacrifice. The Titan Age continued. The world above grew calm, predictable, and slow-moving. Change happened gradually. Nothing unexpected disturbed the surface. This was the peace Cronus wanted. But peace built on exclusion is fragile. The Cyclopes, though imprisoned, continued to develop their craft. Their hands shaped ideas even without materials. They imagined tools, weapons, and forms of power the world had never seen. Their minds were active, focused, and patient. They did not seek revenge, they sought purpose. The Hecaton shears, in contrast, represented endurance. They learned to bear weight without breaking. Their strength did not diminish, it adapted. Their many arms pressed against the limits of their prison, not to escape immediately, but to understand it. They learned where the world was weakest. Above them, Cronus ruled with caution. He watched the Titans around him. He listened to their concerns. He maintained order by limiting growth. He believed this would protect him from the fate of his father. In doing so, he repeated the same mistake in a quieter form. Uranus had ruled by pressure. Cronus ruled by restraint. Both were driven by fear of losing control. Gaia saw this clearly. She had shaped the world to allow growth, movement, and change. Watching her children suppress what they feared went against her nature. Still, she waited. She always waited. The Cyclopes and the Hecaton shears became symbols, even if no one spoke of them aloud. Symbols of what the Titans rejected, symbols of power without permission. The world above benefited from their absence. Without overwhelming force, balance held, order remained. But something essential was missing. Strength. Not brute force, but the ability to challenge what existed. As time passed, the Titans grew comfortable, too comfortable. They began to believe their rule was permanent, that the world, shaped as it was, would remain unchanged. Cronus felt the warning of Uranus echo in his thoughts, but he pushed it aside. He believed that by controlling threats before they emerged, he could escape the cycle. The imprisoned children waited. They did not know when they would be freed. They did not know who would free them. But they understood something the Titans did not. Nothing stays buried forever. Gaia eventually felt the strain grow heavier, not just from the physical weight of her imprisoned children, but from the imbalance it created. A world that denies part of itself cannot remain whole. Still, she did not act yet. The time was not right. The Cyclopes and the Hecaton shears would not be freed by mercy. They would be freed by necessity. When the world required strength, it could no longer deny. That moment had not come yet. Above ground, the Titan Age continued in calm repetition. Light rose and fell, waters flowed, memory preserved the past, balance held the present together. But beneath it all, pressure built. The other children no one wanted remained waiting, patient in their own way, carrying power that would one day change everything. Their story was not over. It had not truly begun. Uranus was not born into a world of limits. When he came into being, there was no precedent for power above him, no memory of overthrow, no warning whispered through generations. He was sky itself, stretched endlessly over Gaia, covering her completely, defining the shape of existence simply by being there. He did not rule through laws or decrees. He ruled through presence. Everything existed beneath him, literally and symbolically. This shaped his understanding of power. To Uranus, control did not mean negotiation or balance. It meant totality. If something existed within the world, It existed because he allowed it to. At first, this seemed natural. Gaia and Uranus brought forth life together. Mountains rose. Seas formed. Beings emerged from the union of earth and sky. The world expanded in richness and complexity. But with creation came something Uranus had never needed to face before: difference. The first children did not threaten him. The Titans, though powerful, were comprehensible. They had domains. They had boundaries. They represented aspects of the world that could be named, categorized, and placed into an order Uranus understood: time, memory, ocean, light, law. These were concepts. Concepts could be overseen. But not all children were concepts. Some were raw force. The Cyclopes were the first sign that creation was moving beyond Uranus's comfort. Their single eye unnerved him not because it was grotesque, but because it suggested focus beyond his own vision. They saw with intensity, with clarity that did not rely on breadth. They did not need to look everywhere. They needed to look exactly. That unsettled him. The Hecatoncheires were worse. They were not refined. They were not symbolic. They were excess made flesh. 100 arms, immeasurable strength, constant motion. They did not fit into the slow, layered order Uranus preferred. They were too much. Too loud, too heavy, too present. For the first time, Uranus felt something close to fear. Not fear of immediate harm, but fear of implication. If such beings could exist, what else might follow? Creation, once begun, does not ask permission to continue. It expands, it experiments, it pushes boundaries. Uranus had believed himself to be the boundary. Now he realized he might simply be one part of a larger process. That realization threatened him more than any weapon ever could. Uranus began to associate difference with danger. Anything he could not immediately define became something to suppress. He did not discuss this fear with Gaia. He did not explain it to his children. He acted alone. His solution was not destruction. That would have acknowledged their power too openly. Instead, he chose concealment. He pushed the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires back into Gaia, burying them deep within her body, out of sight, out of mind, removed from the surface of the world, where they might grow, learn, or challenge him. This was not done in anger. It was done in calculation. Uranus believed that by preventing these children from existing openly, he was preserving order. He told himself that stability required sacrifice, that some beings were simply too dangerous to be allowed space. Gaia did not agree. To her, every child was part of the world's natural balance, even those that were difficult, even those that disrupted comfort, especially those. But Uranus did not see Gaia as an equal in this matter. He saw her as the ground upon which things happened, not the voice that guided them. This, too, was a mistake. As time passed, Uranus grew more controlling. He pressed himself closer to Gaia, limiting space, preventing her from bringing forth new life freely. Creation slowed, strained, and suffered. His fear had transformed into paranoia. He no longer feared specific children. He feared the idea of succession, the possibility that something new could replace what existed. Power, once held absolutely, becomes obsessed with its own continuation. Uranus began to view his children not as extensions of creation, but as potential rivals. Each new being was evaluated not by what it contributed, but by what it might take. This mindset isolated him. The Titans sensed it. They felt the weight of his presence, the pressure that left no room to grow beyond their assigned roles. Even those he trusted were kept close, monitored by his unyielding gaze. Gaia suffered most. She bore the weight of suppressed creation, the imprisoned children pressing against her depths, the constant closeness of Uranus above her. She endured longer than many would have. But endurance is not agreement. Eventually, Gaia understood that Uranus's fear was not temporary, it was foundational. As long as he ruled, nothing truly new would be allowed to exist freely. The world would stagnate. This was unacceptable. Gaia began to plan, not out of vengeance, but necessity. The world needed movement, it needed cycles, it needed change, even if that change was violent. Uranus sensed this shift too late. He had believed fear would keep him safe. Instead, it had made him predictable. When Cronus rose against him, wielding the sickle Gaia had fashioned, Uranus experienced the very future he had tried to prevent. He was overthrown by his own child. Not because that child was too powerful, but because Uranus had created the conditions that made rebellion inevitable. As Uranus fell, his fear did not vanish. It transformed into a warning, a curse, a prophecy. He told Cronus that he too would be overthrown by his own offspring. This was not wisdom. It was projection. Cronus inherited not just Uranus's throne, but his fear. Though he ruled differently, he made the same essential choice, to suppress what he feared instead of understanding it. He kept the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires imprisoned. He swallowed his own children. The cycle continued. Uranus, cast away from power, became a symbol of what happens when control replaces trust. When authority refuses to accept change. When creation is treated as a threat rather than a process. His fear had been understandable, but it had never been justified. Power that cannot imagine a future without itself will always create the forces that end it. The children Uranus hid did not disappear. They waited. They endured. They became necessary. And when they were finally released, it was not because someone chose kindness. It was because the world required them. Uranus had feared his children because they represented a truth he could not accept. That he was not the end of the story. He was only the beginning. Cronus was not the strongest of the Titans. He was not the loudest, the brightest, or the most immediately impressive. When the Titans first came into being, many of his siblings seemed far more suited to power. Oceanus was vast and steady. Hyperion shone with light and order. Iapetus carried ambition openly. Even Rhea, gentle as she appeared, had a quiet authority that others naturally followed. Cronus had none of that. What he had was time. As the youngest of the 12 Titans, Cronus grew up watching. He watched the way Uranus pressed down on Gaia, leaving no space to breathe. He watched his siblings accept their roles, each settling into a function within a world that felt increasingly fixed. He watched Gaia endure in silence, carrying not only the weight of the sky, but the pain of the children trapped within her. Cronus learned early that power did not always announce itself. Sometimes it waited. Unlike his brothers and sisters, Cronus did not rush to define himself. He did not seek dominion over an element or a force. He stayed close to the ground, close to Gaia, listening more than speaking. This made him seem unremarkable, and that was his greatest advantage. Cronus understood something the others did not yet grasp. Uranus was afraid, not openly, not dramatically, but deeply. His rule was tight because it was fragile. His refusal to allow change was not strength, it was insecurity stretched across the sky. Cronus did not confront this fear. He studied it. He noticed patterns. Uranus always reacted the same way to difference, with suppression. He never adapted. He never learned. He only tightened his grip. That rigidity made him predictable. Cronus was patient enough to wait for predictability to become weakness. While Uranus ruled through presence, Cronus developed an inner world. He thought in sequences, in before and after. He did not see time as a flowing thing yet, but he sensed that events could be ordered, that moments could be prepared for. This is why Gaia chose him. Not because he was the bravest, not because he was the most righteous, but because he could wait long enough to act at exactly the right moment. When Gaia approached Cronus with her plan, she did not need to persuade him for long. He already understood the necessity. Uranus was suffocating the world. As long as he ruled, nothing truly new could exist. Still, Cronus hesitated. This hesitation mattered. He was not driven by rage. He did not hate his father. In fact, part of him feared becoming like him. But he also understood that doing nothing was itself a choice, and a dangerous one. In the end, Cronus accepted the sickle Gaia offered him. Not eagerly, deliberately. The act itself was swift, almost clinical. Uranus was overthrown, his power severed, his dominance ended. The sky was lifted from the earth. Space entered the world for the first time. Cronus did not celebrate. He did not proclaim himself king immediately. He stood in the quiet aftermath, aware that he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. The world had changed because of him. That realization stayed with him. When Cronus took the throne, his rule felt different from Uranus's. There was less pressure, less constant oppression. Gaia could breathe. The Titans had room to exist more fully. For a time, it seemed as though balance had been restored. This period would later be remembered as a golden age. But beneath the calm surface, something was already forming. Uranus's final words had not been forgotten. The prophecy that Cronus would be overthrown by his own child lodged itself deep in Cronus's mind. He did not dismiss it. He could not. He had proven that such things were possible. Cronus knew better than anyone how a son could overthrow a father. This knowledge haunted him. Unlike Uranus, Cronus did not fear difference itself. He feared repetition. He feared inevitability. He feared that time, which he had quietly mastered, would one day turn against him. To rule was no longer just to govern the present. It was to guard against the future. Cronus began to change. He ruled carefully, methodically. He sought to maintain harmony, but always with an eye toward control. The Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires remained imprisoned, not out of immediate cruelty, but because Cronus believed their release might introduce variables he could not manage. He told himself it was temporary. It never was. As king, Cronus valued order over growth, stability over possibility. He wanted the world to remain as it was during the early years of his reign, when peace felt effortless and unchallenged. But the world does not stay still. When Rhea began to bear children, Cronus felt the prophecy tighten around him. Each birth was not just a moment of joy, but a potential threat. He watched his offspring not as individuals, but as future rivals. This was the beginning of his greatest mistake. Cronus believed that awareness would protect him, that by anticipating betrayal, he could prevent it. He had learned from Uranus's downfall, but only partially. He understood the danger of blind oppression. He did not understand the danger of fear-driven control. Cronus was not a monster by nature. He was thoughtful, strategic, capable of restraint. But fear does not need cruelty to do damage. It only needs justification. By the time he began swallowing his children, Cronus no longer saw himself as a tyrant. He saw himself as a guardian of cosmic order, someone doing what had to be done to prevent chaos. He did not realize that in trying to freeze time, he had become its enemy. The irony is quiet but absolute. Cronus, who had waited so patiently, who had risen through understanding rather than force, would fall because he could not wait anymore. He could not trust the future. He could not allow events to unfold beyond his control. The youngest Titan, who had once watched and learned, now ruled through fear of what he could not see. And somewhere, Hidden away, one child would escape his grasp. Time was already moving. Cronus simply hadn't noticed yet. Before there was a throne to fight over, there was only closeness. Too much closeness. Uranus did not rule from a distant height. He was the height. He was stretched across Gaia, pressed against her so completely that there was barely room for anything else to exist. Day and night had no rhythm yet. Space had no depth. Everything happened beneath the same unyielding sky. At first, this felt like unity. Earth and sky together, nothing separate, nothing divided. But unity without space becomes pressure. Gaia felt this pressure constantly. She carried mountains, valleys, seas, and life within her. Yet she could not expand freely. Each attempt to create was constrained by Uranus's presence. He did not strike her or shout commands. He simply was, always there, always above, leaving no room for change. Uranus believed this was order. He believed the world worked best when nothing challenged him, when everything remained exactly as it had been at the moment of his rise. He had no interest in growth. Growth implied direction, and direction implied an end. And Uranus could not imagine an end to himself. The birth of their children changed everything. The Titans came first, beings of structure and scope. They were powerful but understandable. Uranus tolerated them. He allowed them to exist because they did not disrupt his sense of control. Each could be placed into a role, a domain, a function within a world that still revolved around him. But then came the others. The Cyclopes and the Hecaton chairs were different. They were not neat. They were not symbolic in ways Uranus could easily accept. They were raw, excessive, and uncontrollable. So Uranus made a decision. He forced them back into Gaia. This act was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was done quietly, as if it were a natural correction. He convinced himself that he was protecting the world from imbalance. Gaia felt it as pain. Not just physical pain, but something deeper. Her children were alive within her, conscious, pressing against her depths. Creation was being trapped inside its own source. She protested, she pleaded, she tried to reason. Uranus did not listen. To him, Gaia's suffering was unfortunate but necessary. Stability required sacrifice. And if someone had to bear that cost, it would not be him. This was the moment the balance truly broke. Gaia's anger did not explode. It settled. It grew dense and heavy, like stone forming under pressure. She understood that Uranus would never change willingly. His fear of losing power was too great. If the world was to move forward, he would have to be removed. But Gaia could not act alone. She needed a child who understood both patience and consequence, a child who would not rush blindly but would act decisively when the moment came. She chose Cronus. Cronus did not leap at the opportunity. He listened. He understood the weight of what was being asked. Overthrowing Uranus would not just change who ruled. It would change how power itself worked. Still, Cronus agreed. Gaia fashioned a sickle from the hardest substance she could form, not a weapon of war, but a tool, something precise, something final. The plan required timing. Uranus descended to Gaia, as he always did, confident in his dominance, unaware that anything had changed. He had ruled too long without resistance. He did not expect betrayal from below. Cronus waited. When the moment came, it was swift. There was no battle, no prolonged struggle. Uranus was caught by surprise, his authority severed in a single act. With that act, the sky was lifted from the earth. Space rushed into existence. For the first time, Gaia could breathe. Uranus cried out, not just in pain, but in disbelief. The idea that one of his own children could overthrow him shattered his understanding of the world. As he fell away, his blood touched the earth and sea, giving rise to new beings. Even in defeat, creation followed him. He could not stop it. Uranus's final words were not forgiveness. They were a warning. He told Cronus that the same fate awaited him, that a son would rise against him, just as he had risen against his father. This was not wisdom passed down. It was fear passed forward. Cronus did not respond. He did not need to. The prophecy had already lodged itself in his mind. With Uranus gone, Cronus took his place as ruler. The world changed immediately. The sky no longer crushed the earth. The Titans had room to exist. Gaia's suffering eased. Many would later call this the beginning of a golden age. And in many ways, it was. But the overthrow of Uranus had done more than replace one ruler with another. It had introduced a new idea into the cosmos. That power was temporary. That authority could be challenged. That even the sky itself could fall. This idea could not be undone. Cronus believed he could rule differently. He believed that by being more cautious, more aware, he could avoid his father's mistakes. Yet the very act that placed him on the throne haunted him. He had proven that children could overthrow their parents. The world had learned that lesson too. The overthrow of Uranus was not just a change in leadership. It was the first crack in the illusion of permanence. From that moment on, every ruler would live with the knowledge that their reign was not guaranteed. Time had begun to matter. And time, once it starts moving, does not stop. Uranus faded from power, but his shadow remained. His fear echoed through generations, shaping decisions yet to come. His fall became a pattern that would repeat, again and again, until the cosmos itself learned a different way to rule. But that would take time. For now, the world rested in the aftermath of its first revolution, unaware that it had set itself on a path that would lead to even greater upheaval. The sky had fallen once. It would not be the last time. When Cronus took control of the cosmos, the change was not dramatic. There were no storms announcing his rule, no great speeches, no sudden rewriting of the laws of existence. In fact, to many beings, it felt as though very little had changed at all. And that was the point. Cronus did not want to reshape the world. He wanted to preserve it. The sky remained above. The earth remained below. The seas stayed within their boundaries. Day followed night. Seasons began to settle into a gentle rhythm. For the first time, existence felt predictable. This was the age people would later remember as peaceful. Under Titan rule, the world slowed down. There was no urgency, no constant upheaval. The Titans governed quietly, each tending to their domain without interference. Oceanus kept the waters steady. Hyperion watched over light and the steady movement of celestial bodies. Themis embodied order and custom, not as laws written down, but as habits the world naturally followed. Everything seemed to know its place. Mortals did not yet exist as we understand them, but life was forming in simpler ways. Growth happened without struggle, nothing starved, nothing rushed. There was enough for everything that existed. This was not paradise, but it was stable. Cronus ruled from the center of this calm. He did not impose himself constantly, as Uranus had. He allowed distance. He allowed the world to breathe. In many ways, he appeared to be the opposite of his father. Yet beneath this calm surface, the world was being carefully managed. Cronus believed deeply in balance, but his idea of balance was static. He wanted the world to remain in this exact state forever. No sudden changes, no unpredictable forces, no surprises. Surprises had dethroned Uranus. Cronus intended to make sure they never dethroned him. The Titans respected him, though not always warmly. They understood his authority and accepted it. But there was a quiet distance between Cronus and his siblings. He trusted few of them completely. Power had taught him caution. Rhea stood closest to him. As queen, Rhea represented continuity. She was gentle, nurturing, deeply connected to the rhythms of life. Where Cronus focused on control, Rhea focused on care. Together they embodied the Titan ideal, stability through order and continuity. For a time, this worked. The world prospered under their rule. There were no wars between divine beings, no cosmic disasters, no rebellions. Everything unfolded slowly, almost lazily, as if existence itself were content to drift. But peace built on fear is fragile. Cronus never forgot the prophecy. Even during the calmest moments, it lingered in his thoughts. The idea that one of his own children would rise against him shaped every decision he made. He watched the future constantly, scanning it for threats that did not yet exist. This vigilance seeped into the structure of the world. Change became suspect. Anything new was examined carefully, not for its value but for its potential danger. Growth was allowed only if it followed established patterns. Innovation, as a concept, did not exist. The Titans ruled well, but they did not evolve. The imprisoned Cyclopes and Hecatoncheus remained buried deep within the earth. Their absence was noticeable, though few spoke of it openly. They represented forces that could disrupt the delicate balance Cronus cherished. Releasing them would mean uncertainty. And uncertainty was unacceptable. Under Titan rule, time itself felt different. Moments stretched, years blurred together. There was no sense of progress, only continuation. This suited Cronus perfectly. He believed that if time could be slowed, destiny could be avoided. Ironically, this was already shaping him into the very thing he feared. The world under Titan rule was orderly, but it was also closed. There was no room for challenge, no space for something truly new to emerge. Everything existed within limits set quietly but firmly by Cronus's will. Even joy had boundaries. Rhea sensed this before anyone else. She felt the world growing heavy, not with suffering, but with restraint. Life continued, but it did not reach. It did not stretch toward unknown possibilities. When she began to bear children, the world held its breath. Each birth should have been a celebration, a sign of continuity and renewal. Instead, each one deepened Cronus's fear. He did not see his children as heirs to a stable world. He saw them as ticking futures, each carrying the potential to fulfill the prophecy. One by one he made his choice. He swallowed them. To the world, this happened quietly. There were no screams echoing across the cosmos. No visible signs of horror. The Titan Age did not collapse overnight. But something essential broke. Rhea's grief became part of the world's fabric. The calm that had defined Titan rule began to feel artificial, maintained through denial rather than harmony. Cronus told himself he was protecting everything he had built, that sacrifices were necessary, that the world under Titan rule was better than any uncertain alternative. And in some ways, he was right. Life continued. The seas stayed calm, the sky held its place, no chaos returned. But the cost was hidden, accumulating slowly, like pressure beneath the surface of the earth. The Titans themselves began to sense it. The world was too still, too controlled, too carefully preserved. It felt less like balance and more like containment. The Golden Age was real, but it was not safe. Under Titan rule, the cosmos learned what it meant to live without freedom, without growth, without the possibility of change. It was a world protected from pain, but also protected from transformation. Cronus had succeeded in creating a universe that could not surprise him. What he did not realize was that surprise is not the enemy of order. Fear is. And fear, once it becomes the foundation of power, begins to shape the future in ways no ruler can control. The world under Titan rule was calm. But beneath that calm, time was still moving. Quietly. Patiently. Waiting. Under the rule of Cronus, the Titans were not merely names or distant forces. They were active presences in the structure of the world, each shaping reality in quiet but lasting ways. Unlike later gods, they did not interfere constantly or dramatically. Their influence was slow, steady, and deeply woven into how existence functioned. The Titans were siblings, but they were not alike. Each of them carried a different relationship to power, time, and change. Some were content with the order Cronus established. Others felt constrained by it, even if they could not fully explain why. Together they formed the backbone of the Titan Age, a period defined as much by what did not happen as by what did. Oceanus was the eldest among them, and in many ways the most detached. He did not seek the center of power. He did not involve himself deeply in rulership or prophecy. His domain was the vast, encircling waters that flowed endlessly around the world. Oceanus represented continuity without ambition. His waters did not crash or rebel. They simply moved, endlessly, marking the boundaries of the known world. Under Titan rule, Oceanus was a stabilizing presence. He did not challenge Cronus, nor did he actively support his more fearful decisions. He existed alongside them, ancient and steady, observing rather than directing. In later myths, this distance would protect him from conflict, but during the Titan Age, it simply made him reliable. Hyperion, by contrast, was deeply connected to structure and visibility. As a Titan of light and observation, he was concerned with order in the most literal sense. The rising and setting of celestial bodies, the consistency of light, the idea that the world could be measured and observed, these were his concerns. Hyperion believed in clarity. Under his influence, the world became readable, patterns emerged, cycles became dependable. This aligned well with Cronus's desire for stability. Hyperion did not question the preservation of the existing order. To him, a predictable universe was a successful one. Iapetus was different. Where Hyperion focused on observation, Iapetus leaned toward potential. He was concerned with limits, mortality, and the fragile line between strength and weakness. His interests were less comfortable, less easily contained. Iapetus thought about consequences, about what happens when beings push beyond their assigned roles. This made him uneasy under Cronus's rule. Iapetus did not openly rebel, but he questioned quietly. He noticed the absence of growth. He sensed that the world was being held still, not nurtured forward. His children would later reflect these concerns, struggling with fate, endurance, and defiance. Coeus represented intellect and inquiry. He was associated with the axis of the heavens, the unseen framework that held knowledge in place. Coeus valued understanding not as control, but as orientation, knowing where things stood, knowing how they related. Under Titan rule, Coeus found himself constrained. Questions were allowed, but only if they did not lead to action. Knowledge could exist, but it could not challenge authority. This frustrated him, though he rarely expressed it openly. Creus, often less discussed, embodied the idea of beginnings and direction. He was associated with leadership and initiative, but in a world that discouraged change, his role felt muted. Creus did not lack ambition, he lacked opportunity. The Titan Age offered little room for new ventures. Mnemosyne stood apart from her brothers in a subtle but profound way. She was memory itself, the keeper of what had been and what was remembered. Under her influence, the world did not forget. Events lingered. Experiences accumulated, rather than fading. This made Mnemosyne quietly dangerous. Memory undermines tyranny. It reminds beings that things were once different, and therefore could be different again. Cronus tolerated her, but he never fully trusted her. The past, after all, was what had dethroned Uranus. Themis represented order, custom, and natural law. She embodied justice not as punishment, but as balance. Under Titan rule, Themis was essential. She gave legitimacy to Cronus's reign, framing it as proper and inevitable. But even Themis could sense imbalance. Law without flexibility becomes rigidity. Custom without adaptation becomes stagnation. She upheld the order of the Titan Age, but she also felt its limits. Phoebe, associated with insight and foresight, understood more than she spoke. She saw the undercurrents of fear shaping Cronus's decisions. She knew that suppressing the future only delayed it. Yet foresight without power is a quiet burden. Rhea, though often discussed alongside Cronus rather than as a Titan in her own right, deserves separate mention. She was the emotional center of the Titan family. Where Cronus focused on control, Rhea focused on continuity through care. She believed the world should grow, not merely persist. This difference between them would become catastrophic. Together, the Titans formed a system that functioned smoothly on the surface. Each fulfilled their role. Conflict was rare. Authority was clear. The cosmos under their care did not collapse. But it did not expand either. The Titan siblings interacted politely, sometimes warmly, but rarely deeply. Cronus's rule discouraged strong bonds. Unity could become alliance, and alliance could become threat. Distance was safer. As a result, the Titans became isolated even from one another. This isolation mattered. When Cronus began swallowing his children, few of his siblings intervened, not because they approved, but because the structure of their world had trained them not to challenge central authority. Order had become more important than justice, stability more important than compassion. The Titan Age was not cruel in the way later ages would be, but it was quiet in a way that allowed cruelty to exist unnoticed. Each Titan contributed to this silence in their own way, through distance, through restraint, through acceptance. Together they created a world that worked. And that was its greatest flaw. Because a world that only works, without growing, eventually breaks. The Titan brothers and sisters were not villains. They were caretakers who mistook preservation for wisdom. They maintained a universe that felt complete, unaware that completeness without openness is simply another form of confinement. Their reign laid the groundwork for what would come next. Because when the Olympians rose, they did not emerge from chaos. They emerged from a world that was too orderly to survive. Oceanus was never meant to stand at the center of the world. From the very beginning of the Titan Age, his place was elsewhere. Not above, not below, not ruling from a throne or shaping events through force. Oceanus existed at the edges, where things did not end, but slowly faded into something else. He was the outer river, the endless flow that surrounded everything. Not a sea to be crossed, not a storm to be feared, but a constant presence that defined where the world stopped being familiar. Under Titan rule, Oceanus became the quiet architect of boundaries. The cosmos needed limits. After the overthrow of Uranus, space had entered existence for the first time. Sky and Earth were no longer pressed together. Things could move. They could expand. But without boundaries, expansion becomes chaos. Oceanus provided containment without confinement. His waters did not crash inward, they circled outward. The world existed because it was surrounded. Unlike later gods of the sea, Oceanus did not rule waves, tempests, or ships. He ruled continuity. His river flowed endlessly, not toward a destination, but around the world itself. This circular motion mattered. It taught the cosmos that not all movement is progress. Some movement is preservation. Cronus understood this. That is why Oceanus remained untouched by suspicion during the Titan Age. He did not seek power. He did not interfere. He did not question authority openly. His role reinforced the stability Cronus wanted so desperately to protect. But Oceanus was not passive. He observed everything. From his position at the edge, he saw the whole. He saw how the Titans governed from the center, how decisions rippled outwards slowly, sometimes losing meaning by the time they reached the borders of the world. He saw how calm at the core did not always mean peace at the margins. Oceanus understood something many of his siblings did not. Order is not created by control alone. It is sustained by balance. His waters acted as a buffer. They softened extremes, they absorbed excess. When the world produced too much of anything, heat, growth, ambition, it eventually met the quiet resistance of Oceanus's flow. This made him essential. Rivers within the world traced their origins back to him. Springs, streams, and currents were not chaotic offshoots, but expressions of his larger presence. Water moved through the land because Oceanus allowed it to circulate. In this way, he connected everything without dominating anything. During the Titan Age, borders mattered more than people often realize. The world was young, but it was already learning what it meant to have limits. Mountains marked one kind of boundary, time marked another, Oceanus marked the final one. Beyond him was not land, not sky, not underworld. Beyond him was simply unknown. This unknown did not frighten Oceanus, it defined him. While Cronus feared what lay ahead in time, Oceanus accepted what lay beyond space. He did not need to conquer it. He did not need to name it. His role was to hold the line between the known and the unknowable. That acceptance made him different from the other Titans. Hyperion wanted the world to be seen clearly. Coeus wanted it to be understood. Iapetus wanted it to be tested. Cronus wanted it to remain unchanged. Oceanus wanted it to remain whole. This distinction mattered when the Titan Age began to strain. As Cronus's fear deepened and his control tightened, the center of the world became rigid. Change slowed. Possibility narrowed. But at the edges, things were different. Oceanus's domain was not frozen. His waters moved constantly. They adapted without disrupting. This quiet adaptability kept the world from tearing itself apart. Oceanus rarely spoke against Cronus's decisions, but his refusal to fully participate in central authority was itself a form of restraint. He did not lend his power to oppression. He did not help enforce the imprisonment of the Cyclopes and Hecaton shares. He did not involve himself in the swallowing of Cronus's children. His distance was not cowardice. It was principle. Oceanus believed that rulers should govern, but boundaries should remain neutral. The edge of the world should not belong to any throne. If it did, the world would shrink inward, collapsing under the weight of its own center. In many ways, Oceanus represented the last remnant of a pre-tyrannical cosmos, a time when existence flowed naturally, without fear dictating its direction. This is why, when later conflicts arose between Titans and Olympians, Oceanus did not take up arms. He did not resist Zeus. He did not defend Cronus. He remained where he had always been, at the edge, watching. Some later myths would interpret this as neutrality. Others would call it wisdom. Both are true. Oceanus understood that power changes hands, but boundaries endure. The world might be ruled by Titans today and Olympians tomorrow, but it would always need edges. It would always need a place where control stopped. Under Titan rule, this understanding kept the cosmos stable longer than it otherwise might have lasted. Water also shaped the emotional texture of the Titan Age. It softened the sharpness of law. It allowed life to exist without friction. Where Themis provided order, Oceanus provided mercy, not through intention, but through function. Nothing that entered his waters remained rigid. Even gods, when they reached the edges of the world, felt smaller, less absolute, more aware of what they did not control. Cronus tolerated this because it did not challenge him directly, but somewhere, perhaps unconsciously, it unsettled him. Oceanus represented a kind of authority that could not be commanded, a presence that did not bow, simply because it had no need to. As the Titan Age progressed, the edges of the world became places of quiet possibility, not rebellion, not revolution, but difference. Things behaved slightly differently there. Time felt looser, patterns less strict. This was not accidental. Oceanus allowed it. When the Olympians eventually rose, they would inherit a world that still had room to expand, a world whose boundaries had not been turned into walls, a world that could survive change because its edges had always been fluid. That survival began with Oceanus. He did not rule the world. He made sure it did not collapse. Under Titan rule, he was the reason the cosmos had shape without suffocation, order without rigidity, and limits without fear. The edge of the world was not a place of endings. It was a place of patience. And patience, more than force or prophecy, is what allowed the world to last long enough for its next age to begin. Under Titan rule, light was not dramatic. It did not blaze across the sky with sudden force or demand attention through spectacle. Instead, light arrived quietly, consistently, as something that could be trusted to return. This reliability shaped how the world understood itself, and at the center of that understanding stood Hyperion and Theia. Hyperion was not simply a source of brightness. He represented observation, structure, and the idea that the universe could be measured. He believed that light was not meant to overwhelm the world, but to reveal it. Under his influence, the cosmos became visible in a way it had never been before. Things could be seen clearly, distances could be judged, cycles could be noticed. This mattered more than it might seem. Before Hyperion's influence settled into place, existence was largely felt rather than observed. The world moved, but it was difficult to track. Events happened, but their order was not always clear. Hyperion brought a sense of sequence. With light came awareness, and with awareness came the first true understanding of time. Theia complemented this perfectly. Where Hyperion provided structure, Theia provided depth. She was associated with sight not just as vision, but as perception. She understood how light interacted with matter, how reflection and glow shaped experience. Together, they did not merely illuminate the world, they taught it how to see itself. Under their influence, light became a tool of order. The sun did not yet dominate the sky, as it would later under Olympian rule. It was part of a larger system. Day and night were not battles between opposing forces. They were transitions, gentle shifts that followed predictable patterns. This predictability soothed the Titan Age. Cronus valued it deeply. Time, under Titan rule, was not urgent. It flowed evenly, without sharp divisions. Days did not rush, years did not pile up. Existence felt extended, almost stretched, as if the world had all the time it needed to remain exactly as it was. Hyperion's light reinforced this feeling. Each dawn resembled the last. Each dusk arrived without surprise. Nothing seemed to be moving toward an end. This was comforting, but it also created illusion. The children of Hyperion and Theia embodied these principles in more focused forms. Helios carried the sun, not as a burning force, but as a steady presence. He did not scorch the earth or demand worship. He traced the same path across the sky, day after day, reinforcing the idea that the universe was reliable. Selene governed the moon with equal calm. Her light was softer, reflective rather than direct. Under her influence, night was not frightening, it was contemplative. A time when the world rested under a gentle glow rather than falling into darkness. Eos, the dawn, marked transitions. She did not rule a domain so much as a moment, the passage between night and day. Under her presence, change itself became predictable. Together, these figures shaped how time was felt. Time was not a force that pushed forward, it was a cycle that returned. This suited the Titan worldview perfectly. Cronus, who feared the future, embraced a system where the future looked exactly like the past. Hyperion and Theia did not challenge this. They reinforced it by creating a universe that could be measured, repeated, and anticipated. Light became a way to keep the world still. Yet light, by its nature, reveals more than intended. As observation became possible, so did comparison. Beings began to notice differences. They noticed that some days were longer than others, some nights colder, some cycles slightly misaligned. These were small variations, almost insignificant. But they mattered. They hinted that time was not entirely circular, that repetition contained subtle shifts, that the world, despite its appearance, was not frozen. Hyperion understood this, even if he did not emphasize it. He was not blind to change. He simply believed it should be slow, controlled, and understandable. Sudden transformation frightened him as much as it frightened Cronus. Theia, however, sensed something deeper. Through reflection, through the way light bounced and altered depending on surface and angle, she perceived multiplicity. One source of light could produce many experiences. One truth could appear different depending on where one stood. This idea quietly undermined absolute order. If light could be reflected, then authority could be questioned. If perception varied, then certainty weakened. These thoughts did not yet disrupt the Titan Age, but they lingered beneath its calm surface. Under Hyperion and Theia, the cosmos learned to count. Days became units, nights became intervals. The passage of time could be marked, even if it was not yet feared. This marking would later become essential. When Cronus began to feel the pressure of prophecy, it was this structure of time that intensified his fear. Once time can be measured, it can also be anticipated. Once it can be anticipated, it can be dreaded. Ironically, the very order that made the Titan Age stable also made it fragile. Light made the world visible. Visibility made power accountable. Hyperion and Theia did not intend this. They were not rebels. They were caretakers of clarity. But clarity has consequences. Under their influence, the cosmos developed memory tied to cycles. It remembered how things were supposed to be. When deviations occurred, they stood out. When injustice crept in, it became noticeable. This would matter greatly later, when the Olympians challenged Titan rule. They would inherit a universe already trained to observe, compare, and judge. The Titan Age often feels distant, slow, and quiet when retold. But under Hyperion and Theia, it was also deeply aware. The world was watching itself, even if it did not yet know why. Light revealed the surface of things. Time revealed their duration. Together, they laid the groundwork for expectation. And expectation is dangerous for any ruler who relies on stasis. Cronus benefited from the order of light, but he also became trapped by it. Each cycle that passed without change felt like a victory. Each dawn that resembled the last reassured him. He did not notice that reassurance slowly turning into dependence. Hyperion and Theia created a cosmos where the passage of time could be ignored, but not erased, where change was subtle, but inevitable, where the future arrived quietly, disguised as repetition. Under Titan rule, light did not announce the coming of a new age, but it made that age possible. By teaching the world to see, by teaching it to count, by teaching it that even the calmest cycle still moves forward. Among the Titans, Iapetus was the one who thought most about endings. Not catastrophes, Not sudden destruction, but limits. He wondered where strength stopped, where endurance failed, where existence reached a point beyond which it could not continue unchanged. In a world ruled by beings who lived indefinitely and governed through preservation, these questions were uncomfortable. Most Titans avoided them. Iapetus did not. He was not obsessed with death in a dramatic sense. He did not dwell on decay or loss for their own sake. Instead, he was interested in fragility, in what happens when power runs out, in what remains when protection is removed. Under Titan rule, the world appeared eternal. Seasons repeated. Light returned. Order held. But Iapetus understood that eternity without vulnerability was an illusion. Nothing meaningful could exist without the possibility of loss. This belief put him at odds with the prevailing philosophy of the Titan Age. Cronus wanted permanence. Hyperion provided consistency. Oceanus maintained boundaries. Together they upheld a cosmos that resisted change. Iapetus saw the flaw in this system. Without limits, there could be no growth. Without risk, there could be no choice. Mortality to Iapetus was not a flaw. It was a solution. This perspective shaped his children. Prometheus and Epimetheus were not born into a neutral world. They inherited their father's concerns, each expressing them in a different way. Where Iapetus contemplated limits abstractly, his sons embodied them through action and consequence. Epimetheus was the easier one to understand. His name would later be associated with hindsight, with realizing mistakes after they had already been made. But during the Titan Age, Epimetheus was not foolish. He was impulsive, yes, but also generous. He believed that the world should be shared, that gifts should be given freely, without excessive calculation. This made him poorly suited to an age built on control. Prometheus, by contrast, was deliberate. He thought ahead, he planned, he measured outcomes. He understood systems and how to bend them without breaking them outright. Where Epimetheus acted first and reflected later, Prometheus reflected constantly, often to the point of restlessness. Together they represented two responses to mortality. One accepted consequences as they came. The other tried to outthink them. The idea of humans emerged gradually, not as a single moment of creation, but as a conceptual experiment. Iapetus and his sons were interested in what existence might look like without divine protection. Beings who could suffer, fail, and die, but who might also choose, adapt, and learn. This idea was radical. Under Titan rule, most beings existed to fulfill a function. Rivers flowed, light shone, time repeated, Titans governed. Nothing was expected to transform itself. Humans would be different. They would live briefly. They would lack inherent power. They would exist without guarantees. And because of this, their choices would matter. Epimetheus was tasked with distributing traits among living beings. He gave freely, without restraint. Strength to some, speed to others, armor, claws, wings. By the time he reached humans, nothing was left. Humans were born naked, unarmed, and vulnerable. This was not intentional cruelty. It was oversight. Prometheus saw the problem immediately. Without protection, humans would not survive. Without survival, the experiment would fail before it began. Prometheus understood that mortality without opportunity was not growth. It was erasure, so he intervened. The gift of fire was not simply about warmth or cooking. Fire represented agency, the ability to shape the environment rather than merely endure it. With fire came tools, shelter, community, and memory passed from one generation to the next. Fire allowed mortals to participate in the world rather than simply exist within it. This act directly challenged Titan order. Cronus had built a world where power flowed from the top down. Fire reversed that flow. It placed creative force into the hands of beings who were meant to be fragile. Prometheus knew the risk. He did it anyway. Mortality, once empowered, became dangerous to absolute rule. Mortals would question, they would innovate. They would remember suffering and seek to prevent it. Unlike immortals, they could not afford stagnation. This terrified the existing order. Cronus saw humans as unpredictable. Short-lived beings had no reason to preserve the present indefinitely. They would always lean toward the future. Prometheus had not created rebels intentionally. He had created necessity. Epimetheus, watching the consequences unfold, began to understand his role in the process. His generosity had exposed vulnerability. Prometheus's foresight had corrected it. Together they had shaped a new kind of existence. Humans were not stronger than Titans. They were more flexible. This flexibility introduced a new tension into the cosmos. Mortality forced the world to acknowledge time not just as a cycle, but as a countdown. Each life moved toward an end. Each choice carried weight. Under Titan rule, this was disruptive. The Titans did not age, they did not decay. Their decisions echoed endlessly, unchanged by consequence. Humans would be different. They would learn because they had to. Iapetus observed all of this with a mixture of concern and resolve. He understood that mortality would bring suffering. He did not deny that. But he also understood that immortality without change was its own kind of prison. The Titan Age was calm, but it was also closed. Humans opened it. Not by force, by need. Prometheus's punishment would come later, under Olympian rule, but the crime itself was rooted in the Titan Age. He had disrupted a system that relied on predictability. He had introduced beings who could not be fully controlled because their lives were too short to wait for permission. This was the true problem of mortality. It could not be managed the same way eternal beings could. Once humans existed, the future could no longer be frozen. Even if Cronus swallowed his children, even if Titans ruled without challenge, the world would still move forward through countless brief lives. Each generation would start fresh. Each would question differently. Iapetus understood that this could not be undone. Mortality had entered the cosmos, and with it came responsibility, regret, creativity, and hope. These were not forces Titans were accustomed to dealing with. The Titan Age could survive many things, but it could not survive a future that refused to wait. Through Prometheus and Epimetheus, Iapetus introduced the most dangerous idea of all, that meaning could exist without eternity. And once that idea took hold, no amount of control could fully erase it. The world had learned what it meant to end. And in doing so, it learned how to begin again. Cronus had believed himself immune to fear. Not because he lacked imagination, but because he believed he had already confronted the worst it could offer. He had risen against Uranus, overthrown the sky itself, and reshaped the structure of power in the cosmos. He had done what no Titan before him had dared to do. In his mind, fear belonged to those who hesitated. He did not hesitate. Yet fear does not disappear when it is confronted once. It waits. For a long time after the fall of Uranus, Cronus ruled without challenge. The cosmos obeyed its patterns. The Titans upheld their domains. The cycles of time repeated with reassuring regularity. To most observers, the Titan Age appeared stable, even harmonious. But stability can hide repetition. Cronus, more than any other being, should have understood this. His rise had been foretold. His father's downfall had come not from weakness, but from inevitability. Uranus had tried to prevent the prophecy by burying his children, by denying them space and recognition. In doing so, he had ensured the very rebellion he feared. Cronus remembered this. And still, when the whisper came, it unsettled him. The prophecy was not delivered dramatically. There was no thunder, no cosmic announcement. It emerged gradually, through fragments, through murmurs among titans, through the uneasy silence that followed certain conversations. The message was simple, and because of that, terrifying. Cronus would be overthrown by his own child. The words did not shock him because they were unfamiliar. They shocked him because they were familiar. He had lived this story already, from the other side. At first, Cronus dismissed it. Prophecies had always existed. The cosmos was full of predictions, many of them vague, many of them avoidable. Cronus believed himself wiser than Uranus. He had learned from his father's mistakes. Where Uranus had ruled through denial, Cronus would rule through action. But fear is patient. It began to influence his thoughts in subtle ways. He found himself watching his siblings more closely. He questioned motives where none had existed before. He became increasingly focused on preservation, not just of order, but of himself. Rhea noticed the change before anyone else. She had always been perceptive, attuned to emotional currents that others ignored. Where Cronus saw systems, Rhea saw relationships. She sensed the tightening in him, the way his attention turned inward, the way his decisions became narrower. When she asked him what troubled him, Cronus did not answer directly. He spoke instead of responsibility, of the need to maintain balance, of the dangers of chaos returning if leadership weakened. His words were reasonable, even noble, but beneath them was something he did not name: fear of repetition. Cronus believed that knowing the prophecy gave him an advantage. Uranus had been blindsided. Cronus would not be. He would not wait for fate to unfold. He would intervene early. This was the moment where the cycle truly began to close. The children of Cronus and Rhea were not born as threats. They were not conspirators or rebels. They were simply new beings entering the world, each carrying potential that had not yet taken shape. But Cronus could no longer see potential neutrally. Every child was a future. Every future was a risk. The first time it happened, Cronus told himself it was necessary, that it was temporary, that it was an act of protection, not cruelty. He swallowed the child before it could grow, before it could form alliances, before it could become aware. In his mind, this was different from Uranus's actions. Uranus had buried his children out of contempt. Cronus consumed his out of fear. He believed that intention mattered. Rhea did not. To her, the result was the same: children erased, futures denied, the cycle repeating, dressed in new justifications. Each time Cronus acted, the fear did not lessen. It grew, because each act confirmed the prophecy, rather than dispelling it. If Cronus truly believed he was safe, he would not need such measures. His actions became evidence of his vulnerability. The cosmos noticed. Not in outrage, not in rebellion, but in subtle imbalance. Time continued to flow, but its texture changed. The Titan Age, once defined by broad stability, began to feel constrained, tightened around a single point of anxiety. Cronus ruled, but he no longer trusted the world he ruled over. This mistrust extended even to himself. He began to question whether the prophecy could be avoided at all. If fate was truly cyclical, perhaps resistance only sharpened its edge. But the alternative, surrender, was unthinkable. Cronus was not a being built for acceptance. He was built for control. Each swallowed child represented an attempt to freeze time at a moment before loss. But time, once understood, cannot be stopped. It can only be delayed. Rhea's grief deepened with each loss. She had once been a stabilizing presence, a bridge between titans, a quiet force of continuity. Now she became isolated, her sorrow unshared, her anger unspoken. She saw clearly what Cronus could not. By trying to avoid his father's fate, Cronus was becoming his father. The irony was unbearable. When the final child was born, Rhea acted. Not out of rebellion, but out of necessity. The pattern had become clear. If nothing changed, everything would repeat. She replaced the child with a stone, wrapped it in cloth, and presented it to Cronus. Cronus did not hesitate. His fear had become reflex. In that moment, the prophecy shifted from possibility to certainty. Not because the child survived, but because Cronus had fully committed to the logic of the cycle. He no longer questioned whether he was reenacting the past. He embraced it, believing that repetition could be mastered. The hidden child, growing away from his father's gaze, represented something new, not simply rebellion, but perspective. He would inherit the history Cronus tried to suppress. He would see the cycle clearly, not from within, but from outside. This difference mattered. Cronus, despite his power, had never truly escaped Uranus's shadow. His identity was shaped by opposition. He defined himself by what he was not. The child would define himself by what had been lost. Fear, when unexamined, becomes destiny. Cronus had believed that foresight made him stronger. In reality, it narrowed his vision. He could see only one outcome, and in trying to prevent it, he walked directly toward it. The prophecy did not control him. His response did. The Titan Age had been built on stability, but stability without trust becomes stagnation. Cronus's rule, once expansive, became defensive. The cosmos sensed the tightening, the withdrawal, the inward collapse of confidence. By the time Cronus realized that fear could not be swallowed, it was already too late. The cycle had turned again. Not because fate demanded it, but because fear had been allowed to rule. And this time, the consequences would reshape the world entirely. The children of Cronus were never given the chance to become themselves. They were born into a world already shaped by fear, into a rule that believed the future was something to be contained rather than allowed to unfold. Each of them arrived not as a promise, but as a question, and Cronus, having learned to fear questions, answered them the same way every time. He swallowed them. This act was not sudden or emotional. It was methodical, calm, almost administrative. Cronus did not rage or hesitate. To him, this was not violence but prevention. He believed he was stopping a problem before it began. In his mind, these children were not yet people. They were possibilities. And possibilities, when left unchecked, had already destroyed one ruler of the cosmos. The first child disappeared quickly. There was shock, then silence. The Titans did not speak openly about it. The act was disturbing, but Cronus was king, and kings define what becomes normal. The second child followed, then the third. With each loss, the act became easier. What was once unthinkable slowly transformed into routine. Fear, when repeated often enough, becomes habit. Rhea watched this happen. She did not scream or revolt. She mourned quietly, carrying the weight of loss alone. Her grief did not erupt. It settled. And in that quiet grief, something hardened. These children were not weak. They were not malformed. They were not dangerous at birth. They were simply new. Each one carried a different aspect of the world that had yet to be expressed. Hestia, the first swallowed, embodied stillness and inner balance. She was warmth without fire, presence without movement. Had she grown, she would have shaped the idea of home itself. Instead, she vanished before the world could learn what calm truly meant. Demeter followed. She represented growth that takes time, the slow patience of cycles, the quiet persistence of life that returns after loss. She was not a rebel. She was continuity. Cronus did not recognize the difference. Hera came next. Authority, partnership, structure built through relationship rather than domination. She was power that binds rather than conquers. To Cronus, power was something to be defended, not shared. Hades followed. He carried depth, boundaries, the acceptance of endings. He was not darkness, but inevitability. Cronus feared inevitability more than chaos. He swallowed him without reflection. Poseidon, restless and shifting, embodied instability not as destruction but as movement. He represented change that cannot be controlled, only navigated. Cronus, obsessed with control, could not tolerate that idea. Each child disappeared into the same darkness. Inside Cronus, they did not grow. Time did not pass for them in any meaningful way. They were not dead, but they were not alive in the world either. They existed in suspension, their identities unformed, their purposes delayed. This state was unnatural. The cosmos is not designed to hold potential indefinitely. Possibility is meant to unfold, to become action, to leave marks. By swallowing his children, Cronus attempted to store the future within himself. But the future cannot be owned. As the swallowed children accumulated, so did the pressure. Not physical, but conceptual. Cronus carried within him not just beings, but unresolved directions of reality. The world outside grew increasingly rigid, while the world inside him became crowded with unrealized meaning. This imbalance mattered. Rhea understood it instinctively. She felt the absence in the world, places where something should have existed but did not, a hearth without warmth, a harvest without rhythm, authority without partnership, endings without understanding, movement without depth. The Titan Age was stable, but incomplete. Cronus mistook this incompleteness for peace. He believed that silence meant success, that nothing challenging him proved his strategy was working. But silence can also mean suppression, and suppression does not remove pressure, it concentrates it. The swallowed children did not experience fear or anger. They did not plot or dream. They simply waited, suspended in a state where identity had no room to develop. They were the children who never grew up, not because they were weak, but because growth had been denied. This denial had consequences beyond them. Without Hestia, the idea of home lacked center. Without Demeter, growth felt uncertain. Without Hera, bonds weakened. Without Hades, death remained undefined. Without Poseidon, change became threatening rather than navigable. Cronus ruled a world missing its future architecture. The Titans around him sensed this absence, though few could name it. They felt a subtle hollowness, a sense that the world was repeating itself without moving forward. Time passed, but meaning stagnated. Cronus himself felt it most strongly. He could not articulate it, but he sensed that something was accumulating inside him. A weight that did not correspond to physical mass. A pressure that did not respond to authority. This pressure fed his fear. Rather than questioning his actions, Cronus doubled down on them. Each swallowed child reinforced his belief that vigilance was necessary. The more he acted, the more convinced he became that stopping would invite disaster. This is how fear maintains itself. Rhea's silence eventually became resolve. She understood that persuasion would not work. Cronus was no longer listening to reason. He was listening to a future he was trying to erase. When the next child was born, Rhea did not argue. She did not plead. She prepared. The pattern had become clear. The only way to save the future was to remove it from Cronus's reach entirely. The swallowed children, suspended within Cronus, represented a frozen version of destiny. But a destiny frozen too long eventually breaks its container. Cronus believed he had mastered time by stopping it. In reality, he had only delayed its consequences. The children who never grew up were not lost. They were waiting, not consciously, not deliberately, but structurally. Their absence shaped the world as much as their presence eventually would. This waiting created tension in the fabric of reality itself. The Titan Age, once expansive and confident, began to feel constrained by its own caution. Everything functioned, but nothing evolved. The cosmos held its breath. Cronus, ruler of time, had forgotten that time is not simply duration, it is change. By denying his children growth, he denied the world progression. And progression, when denied, does not disappear. It returns as upheaval. The swallowed Olympians were not failures of fate. They were evidence. Evidence that fear, when allowed to guide power, does not preserve order, it only postpones transformation. And transformation, when postponed too long, arrives violently. Cronus did not yet understand this. He believed the danger had been contained, that the future was safely locked inside him, unable to emerge. But the future does not stay locked forever. It waits. Rhea had been silent for a long time. Not because she agreed with Cronus, and not because she did not feel the loss. Her silence was something else entirely. It was observation. It was endurance. It was the kind of quiet that comes from realizing that words no longer reach the person who needs to hear them. She had seen fear take root in Cronus long before the first child was swallowed. She had recognized it in the way he listened to prophecies, not as warnings, but as threats. Where others heard possibilities, Cronus heard inevitabilities. And inevitability, to him, meant loss of control. Rhea understood something Cronus did not. Power cannot protect itself forever. The more he tried to hold the future inside himself, the more distorted his rule became. The Titan age still appeared stable, but Rhea felt the strain beneath it. The world was balanced but rigid, secure but stalled. As a mother, she felt the absence most sharply. Each child she carried was taken from her before she could know them. There were no first words, no growth, no identity formed through time. The loss was total and immediate, and yet she did not react with open defiance. Rhea knew that force would fail. Cronus had taken power by violence once. He was prepared to do it again. Any open challenge would end the same way as the children had, swallowed, erased, contained. So Rhea chose a different approach. She waited. Waiting is often mistaken for weakness, but Rhea's waiting was strategic. She learned Cronus's habits, his assumptions, the patterns of his fear. She understood that his greatest blind spot was familiarity. He believed the cycle was complete, that what had happened would always happen the same way. This belief made him predictable. Rhea also understood the nature of prophecy better than Cronus did. A prophecy is not a command, it is a shape. It describes what might happen if conditions remain unchanged. Change the conditions, and the outcome shifts. Cronus tried to defeat the prophecy by acting directly against it. Rhea would defeat it by stepping around it. When she became pregnant again, she did not announce it with joy or fear. She carried the child quietly, without drawing attention. Cronus, confident in his pattern, did not question it. To him, the process was already solved. But Rhea had begun to plan. She traveled far from the center of Titan rule, to places older and quieter than Cronus's authority. Mountains that remembered the world before kings. Caves untouched by Titan law. Spaces where the cosmos still felt open rather than controlled. In these places, she listened. Rhea was not alone in her understanding. Gaia, her mother, had watched this pattern unfold before. She had seen Uranus fall because he feared his children. She recognized the echo immediately. History, when ignored, does not repeat out of chance. It repeats because nothing was learned. Gaia did not push Rhea into rebellion. She did not demand vengeance or war. Instead, she offered perspective. Cronus was not evil, he was afraid. And fear, left unchallenged, always grows. Together they formed a quiet alignment. No armies were raised, no declarations made. There was no dramatic break in the order of things. This was not revolution. It was redirection. When the time came for the child to be born, Rhea acted calmly. She delivered the child away from Cronus's sight. There was no chaos, no struggle, only decision. The child was real, vulnerable, alive in the world. And for the first time, Cronus was not present. Rhea replaced the child with a stone, wrapped carefully in cloth. It was not meant to trick Cronus's intelligence. It was meant to exploit his certainty. He did not inspect what he swallowed. He did not question the process. His fear had already decided for him. When Cronus consumed the stone, he felt relief. Another threat neutralized. Another future contained. He did not realize that this time nothing had been solved. The child Rhea saved was hidden, not as an act of defiance, but of preservation. She did not raise him with the intent of immediate overthrow. She did not fill his mind with hatred or revenge. She allowed him to grow. This was the key difference. The swallowed children existed without time. This child experienced it. He learned hunger and satisfaction, effort and rest. He grew gradually, shaped by experience rather than fear. Rhea understood that growth itself was the antidote to Cronus's rule. A ruler who fears change cannot survive a being who embodies it. Her resistance was quiet, but it was absolute. Once the child existed outside Cronus's control, the future was no longer contained. The Titan Age, though still outwardly stable, had been breached. Rhea did not celebrate this moment. She knew the cost that would come later. Prophecies are not undone. They are fulfilled in different ways. Saving the child did not erase conflict. It delayed it, reshaped it, and gave it context. What Rhea offered was not safety. It was preparation. She continued her role beside Cronus as if nothing had changed. She maintained the appearance of compliance. Cronus, trusting in repetition, did not suspect her. His confidence worked against him. This is how power often falls. Not through attack, but through assumption. Rhea's resistance was maternal, but not sentimental. She did not act because she could not bear another loss, though that pain was real. She acted because she understood that a world without growth was already dying. The Titans had inherited a cosmos full of potential. Cronus tried to freeze that potential in place. Rhea chose to let it move forward. She did not see herself as a traitor. She saw herself as a steward. The child she hid would one day confront Cronus, but not as a mirror of his fear. He would not swallow his own children. He would not attempt to stop time by force. He would understand time differently. Rhea did not know how that future would unfold. She did not control it. And that was the point. Control was the mistake that had brought the Titan Age to this edge. By letting go, Rhea changed everything. Quietly. Without ceremony. Without immediate consequence. But the world felt it. The Titan Age continued, unaware that its foundation had shifted. Cronus ruled on, confident and vigilant, believing the danger had passed. But somewhere beyond his reach, the future was growing. And unlike the children trapped inside him, this one would not remain still. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of intention. His birth was not announced. It was not celebrated openly. There were no witnesses from the halls of power, no declarations made to the cosmos. From the very beginning, Zeus existed outside the rhythm of Titan rule. This was deliberate. Rhea understood that survival depended not on strength but on time. The Titan Age was built on repetition. Cronus expected patterns to repeat because repetition had always protected him. Zeus would survive precisely because he would not follow the pattern. The moment Zeus entered the world, he was already being hidden. Not out of shame or fear, but strategy. Rhea did not treat him as a weapon or a future king. She treated him as a child who needed space to become something other than what fear would shape him into. The danger was not only Cronus, The danger was inheritance. Power passed down without reflection becomes the same power all over again. Zeus needed distance. He was taken far from the center of Titan authority, to places where the world still felt unfinished. Mountains where storms had not yet been named. Caves where the air was cool and untouched by rule. These places did not belong to Cronus in any meaningful sense. They were old, older than kingship itself. Here, Zeus grew. Slowly. Unlike his swallowed siblings, Zeus experienced time as change. He learned through repetition, but not the rigid repetition of Titan law. His days varied. His surroundings shifted. He learned hunger and comfort, effort and rest, uncertainty and patience. Patience became central to his survival. There was no urgency in his upbringing, no rushing toward destiny. Rhea did not speak to him of prophecies. She did not burden him with expectations. The future was not a weight placed on his shoulders. This was another quiet act of resistance. Cronus ruled through fear of what might come next. Rhea raised Zeus without fear of the future at all. She allowed him to grow without knowing exactly what he would become. This uncertainty was intentional. Certainty had destroyed Uranus. Certainty was destroying Cronus. Zeus learned to observe before acting. He learned to listen before deciding. He was not isolated from the world, but he was shielded from its politics. He did not see rule as something inherited. He saw it as something earned, if at all. Those who cared for him understood the risk they took. Every day Zeus remained hidden was a challenge to Cronus's belief that the future could be consumed and controlled. But they also understood that confrontation too early would end in destruction. The Titan age was still powerful. Zeus needed time not to grow strong but to grow different. As he matured, he became aware that his life existed in contrast to something else. He did not know the details, but he felt the absence of his siblings, the missing balance in the world. The cosmos felt incomplete to him, though he could not yet explain why. This sensitivity set him apart. Zeus was not raised to hate Cronus. Hatred would have narrowed his thinking. Instead, he was raised to understand consequence, to see how actions ripple outward, to recognize that control and stability are not the same thing. Meanwhile, Cronus continued to rule. He believed the threat had passed. The prophecy no longer troubled him the way it once had. The act of swallowing the stone had reassured him. His body had accepted it, as it had accepted everything else. The absence of disruption confirmed his confidence. This was his greatest mistake. The world under Titan rule grew increasingly tense, though outwardly calm. The swallowed Olympians remained suspended, their unrealized presence pressing against the shape of reality. The cosmos waited for something to resolve the imbalance. Zeus was growing into that role without being told it was his. He learned restraint. This mattered. Cronus ruled through reaction. Zeus learned to rule himself first. He did not seek immediate answers. He accepted uncertainty. Where Cronus saw prophecy as an enemy, Zeus would eventually see it as a signal. The difference between them was not power, it was patience. Rhea watched from a distance, careful not to interfere too much. She did not shape Zeus's beliefs directly. She understood that guidance imposed too firmly becomes control in another form. Zeus needed to choose his path consciously, not inherit it unconsciously. The hiding of Zeus was not about secrecy alone. It was about time. Time to grow without pressure. Time to experience the world before being asked to change it. Time to develop judgment before being handed authority. Cronus had seized power young and violently. Zeus was being allowed to grow old enough to understand what power costs. This distinction would define the future. As Zeus matured, signs of his nature emerged, but quietly. He did not display overwhelming force. Instead, he showed adaptability, awareness, the ability to respond to changing circumstances without clinging to a single method. These traits were invisible to Cronus. Cronus believed strength announced itself, that threats arrived loudly. Zeus was learning that the most effective change often comes unnoticed until it is irreversible. The hiding continued longer than necessary. By design, Rhea could have revealed Zeus earlier. She chose not to. Each year that passed strengthened not Zeus's body, but his perspective. He did not grow up fearing Cronus. He grew up understanding him. Understanding, more than anger, would allow Zeus to succeed where others had failed. The Titan Age had been built by overthrow. Zeus's rise would not simply repeat that pattern, it would redefine it. By the time Zeus was ready to step into the wider world, the conditions had changed. The cosmos was strained, the swallowed Olympians waited, the Titans ruled, but without renewal. Everything was in place. Not for rebellion. For transition. Zeus had been hidden not to escape fate, but to meet it prepared. Rhea had not denied prophecy. She had reshaped it by changing the environment in which it would unfold. This was the true power of patience. The birth and hiding of Zeus did not shake the world immediately. There were no storms, no signs in the sky. The Titan Age continued as if untouched. But something fundamental had shifted. For the first time since Cronus took the throne, the future existed outside his body and beyond his awareness. And it was growing. Quietly. Zeus did not grow up watching thrones. He did not hear daily discussions about power, hierarchy, or rule. His childhood passed far from the structures that defined the Titan Age. This distance was not accidental. It shaped him in ways no deliberate training could have achieved. While Cronus ruled from the center of the cosmos, Zeus grew at its edges. These edges were not empty. They were simply unclaimed. Places where authority had not yet hardened into law. Here the world was not organized around obedience or fear. It moved according to need, weather, and time. Zeus learned the world before he learned rule. This mattered. He experienced the passing of days as variation, not repetition. One day was quiet, another stormy. Some were productive, others slow. There was no imposed order beyond survival and cooperation. In this environment, Zeus learned flexibility instead of dominance. He learned to wait. Patience was not taught to him as a virtue, it became a habit. Food took time to prepare. Shelter took time to repair. Answers took time to emerge. Nothing responded instantly to command. This contrasted sharply with the Titan world, where decisions were final and enforced. Zeus did not yet know this difference consciously, but he felt it. He also learned restraint. When power showed itself in him, it did so subtly, small shifts in weather, an instinctive understanding of balance. These moments were not encouraged or celebrated. They were observed, allowed to pass, and understood as part of a larger rhythm. This prevented arrogance. Power, when constantly acknowledged, demands expression. Power, when allowed to exist quietly, learns control. Zeus's caregivers understood this instinctively. They did not push him toward greatness. They let him grow into awareness gradually. They treated him as a child first, not a symbol. Outside the Titan world, Zeus encountered vulnerability daily. Animals starved. Storms damaged shelters. Mistakes had consequences. Nothing was permanent. Loss was not theoretical. It was lived. This shaped his understanding of mortality, even before he fully understood what it meant. The Titan Age avoided fragility. Zeus grew within it. He learned that survival required adaptation, not control. When something failed, it was replaced, repaired, or left behind. There was no shame in this process. Change was normal. Cronus ruled by preventing change. Zeus grew by accepting it. As time passed, Zeus became aware that his life existed outside something larger. He sensed a division. There was a world that felt complete and alive, and another world he had never seen but somehow understood was missing something. This awareness did not create urgency. It created curiosity. Zeus did not feel entitled to the center of the cosmos. He did not assume he belonged there. This lack of entitlement would later define his approach to power. Rhea observed from afar, intervening only when necessary. She allowed Zeus to form his own understanding of the world. She knew that imposed narratives become limitations. Zeus needed room to interpret reality himself. The Titan world continued unchanged. Cronus ruled. The Titans fulfilled their roles. The swallowed Olympians remained suspended. Nothing appeared to shift on the surface. But beneath that surface, the contrast between the two worlds deepened. The Titan world was heavy with permanence. Zeus's world was light with possibility. This difference shaped how Zeus understood responsibility. He did not see authority as ownership. He saw it as response. When something needed attention, it was addressed. When it did not, it was left alone. This approach would later clash with Titan rule. Zeus also learned silence. Not enforced silence, but chosen quiet. He learned to observe without acting immediately, to let events unfold before deciding where to intervene. This skill would become crucial when facing beings who acted first out of fear. Cronus had never learned this. The longer Zeus remained outside the Titan world, the more incompatible he became with it. He was not shaped by its values, its fears, or its assumptions. He did not believe stability required suppression. He believed stability required adjustment. As Zeus matured, his understanding of time differed from Cronus's entirely. Time was not an enemy to be stopped, it was a process to be worked with. Waiting was not weakness, it was preparation. This understanding did not make him passive. It made him precise. Zeus did not yet act because the conditions were not ready. Acting too soon would only repeat old patterns. The Titan age was strong, but brittle. It needed pressure in the right place, at the right moment. Zeus learned to recognize moments. Outside the Titan world, he saw how systems failed naturally when they stopped adapting. Nothing needed to overthrow them, they simply collapsed under their own rigidity. This lesson stayed with him. When Zeus finally began to understand who he was and why he had been hidden, the knowledge did not overwhelm him. It did not ignite anger or urgency, it clarified things. His upbringing had already prepared him. He understood that confronting Cronus would not be enough. The structure that allowed Cronus to rule through fear had to change. Otherwise, the cycle would continue. Zeus did not want to become another Cronus. This was the quiet achievement of his hidden growth. While the Titan world believed the future had been swallowed, it was instead being shaped elsewhere. Not through force, but through experience. Zeus was becoming something new. Not a ruler defined by what he feared losing, but one shaped by what he had learned to live without. The Titan age did not notice this transformation. It continued, confident and closed, unaware that its opposite was maturing just beyond its reach. Zeus's growth outside the Titan world was not dramatic. It did not announce itself. It left no immediate mark on the cosmos. But it created something far more dangerous to absolute power than rebellion. It created understanding. And understanding, once formed, cannot be swallowed. There comes a point when waiting is no longer patience. It becomes avoidance. Zeus understood this before anyone told him. His life outside the Titan world had taught him how to wait, how to observe, how to grow without forcing outcomes. But it had also taught him something else. There is a moment when preparation is complete, and remaining hidden begins to weaken what has been built. That moment arrived quietly. Nothing in the world announced it. No storm gathered. No sign appeared in the sky. But Zeus felt a change in himself, a sense that staying apart was no longer growth. It was delay. The Titan world had not changed. Cronus still ruled. The Titans still maintained their roles. The swallowed Olympians were still trapped, suspended between existence and absence. The cosmos was stable in the way a closed system is stable, unmoving and tense. Zeus understood that this stability was false. Time had been stretched thin under Cronus's rule. The future had been postponed, not resolved. And postponed futures do not disappear, they gather weight. Returning to Cronus was not an act of revenge. It was an acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that the moment had arrived when avoidance would do more harm than confrontation. Zeus did not see this return as a challenge yet. It was a re-entry. A step back into a world he had never truly belonged to, but which he could no longer ignore. Rhea had known this moment would come. She did not rush Zeus toward it. She did not resist it either. When he spoke of returning, she did not argue. She recognized the same readiness she had once felt when she made her own quiet choice. This was not destiny forcing itself forward. This was maturity. Zeus did not return in secret, but he did not announce himself either. He approached the Titan world without ceremony, without spectacle. His presence was subtle, almost unnoticed at first. This was intentional. Cronus ruled a world that responded to obvious threats. Loud defiance, open rebellion, sudden force. Zeus did not present himself that way. He did not want to trigger fear prematurely. Fear closed Cronus's mind. Zeus needed it open. The return to Cronus was not about overthrow yet. It was about exposure, bringing into the open what had been hidden for too long. The truth of the swallowed children, the strain on the cosmos, the cost of stopping time. Zeus understood something his father never had. Time does not end when you block the future. It turns inward. Cronus felt something before he saw anything. A disturbance, not in power, but in certainty. A sensation that the order he trusted was no longer complete. He could not name it. He did not immediately suspect Zeus, but the feeling unsettled him. Cronus had grown accustomed to control. His rule depended on predictability. Zeus's return introduced an unknown variable, and unknowns were what Cronus feared most. The Titan world sensed it too, not as panic, but as unease. A subtle awareness that something long postponed was moving again. The world did not shift physically, but its direction changed. The stillness began to feel temporary. Zeus did not confront Cronus directly at first. He observed. He watched how the Titans governed, how they maintained order, how they avoided questions that pointed toward the future. He saw the limitations of their system clearly now, from the inside. What he saw was not cruelty. It was stagnation. Cronus had not become a tyrant in the dramatic sense. He did not rule through constant violence. He ruled through prevention. By stopping problems before they existed, he believed he was maintaining peace. But peace without growth is not peace. It is pause. Zeus understood that any direct challenge would fail if it simply mirrored the past. Uranus had been overthrown by violence. Cronus expected violence. He had prepared for it. What he was not prepared for was inevitability without aggression. Zeus's return did not immediately threaten Cronus's power. It threatened his narrative, the idea that the future could be swallowed and contained. Zeus existed as proof that this belief was false. Cronus did not yet know who Zeus was, but he felt the presence of something unresolved. This uncertainty disturbed him more than open rebellion ever could. The return also marked a shift in Zeus himself. Outside the Titan world, he had learned flexibility and patience. Inside it, he learned the cost of rigidity. He saw how fear had shaped an entire age, narrowing its possibilities until only maintenance remained. The Titan age was not collapsing. It was aging. Zeus did not hate Cronus for this. He understood him too well. Cronus was repeating what he had learned, protecting his rule by preventing loss, just as Uranus had done before him. This recognition was important. Zeus did not see himself as a destroyer of the Titan world. He saw himself as a response to its limits. Time had been denied long enough. The return to Cronus was the moment when delay ended and resolution began. Not resolution through immediate conflict, but through exposure. By existing openly within the Titan world, Zeus forced the future back into visibility. Cronus could no longer pretend it had been swallowed. He could no longer rely on repetition. Something had changed, and change could not be undone by consumption. This realization unsettled Cronus deeply. He began to feel the weight inside him, not just the swallowed Olympians, but the accumulated consequences of avoidance. The future he had tried to contain was pressing outward. Zeus did not yet act. He allowed this pressure to build. The return was not a strike. It was a reminder. A reminder that time had not stopped, that the prophecy had not been defeated, that fear had only delayed what understanding would now bring forward. The Titan world stood at the edge of transition, though few recognized it. Cronus sensed it most clearly, though he refused to name it. Zeus had returned not to seize power, but to allow the future to resume its course. The moment for patience had ended. The moment for movement had arrived. And unlike before, this movement would not come from rage or fear. It would come from readiness. The future did not break free through force. It was released. This distinction matters, because it defines the difference between what had come before and what was now beginning. The Titan Age had been shaped by violent change, by sudden overthrow, by fear turning into action. What followed would not erase that past, but it would move beyond it. The release of the swallowed gods was not an accident. It was not an explosion of rage or a collapse of control. It was a moment when pressure, held too long, finally found a path outward. Cronus had believed that swallowing his children had solved the problem of succession. In his mind, the future had been neutralized. He had removed uncertainty from the world by containing it within himself. But uncertainty does not vanish when it is hidden. It accumulates. Inside Cronus, the swallowed Olympians existed without time. They did not grow, they did not change, but the world around them did. The longer they remained trapped, the more distorted the balance of the cosmos became. The world carried their absence like a missing foundation. Zeus understood this imbalance clearly. His return to the Titan world had not been about confrontation, but alignment. He needed the conditions to be right. Releasing the swallowed gods too early would have resulted in chaos without structure. Too late, and the Titan world would collapse under its own rigidity. Timing mattered. Zeus did not act alone. This was not a solitary act of cleverness. It was the result of quiet cooperation, of knowledge passed down rather than seized. Gaia's understanding of cycles, Rhea's patience, and Zeus's restraint converged here. Cronus was approached not as an enemy, but as a ruler, trapped by his own fear. The method of release reflected this. Rather than attacking Cronus directly, Zeus used deception, but not cruelty. He did not seek to humiliate or punish. He sought to undo an unnatural condition. The swallowed gods did not belong inside Cronus. Their presence there was a violation of the natural order. When Cronus was compelled to release them, it was not a moment of spectacle. It was uncomfortable, slow, uncontrolled. The future, once forced back into motion, did not emerge neatly. One by one, the swallowed gods returned to the world. They emerged not as children, but not fully formed either. Their identities existed, but they had been denied development. They carried potential without experience. They were gods who had existed without living. This created tension. The release was not simply a rescue, it was a disruption. The Titan world, which had adapted to their absence, now had to accommodate their return. The cosmos had to stretch, to reorganize itself around forces it had never fully known. Hestia emerged first, quiet and steady. She did not demand recognition. She did not challenge authority. Her presence alone shifted the atmosphere. The idea of center, of inward balance, returned to the world. Demeter followed, bringing with her the slow certainty of growth. The land responded almost immediately. Cycles that had felt mechanical regained meaning. Growth was no longer just repetition, it became renewal. Hera's return altered relationships. Authority began to shift from solitary control toward shared structure. The idea that power could exist within bonds rather than above them began to take shape. Hades emerged, carrying the weight of endings. Death, once undefined and avoided, gained clarity. Not cruelty, not chaos, but boundary. With him, the world learned that endings did not negate meaning. They completed it. Poseidon returned restless and powerful. Change regained its movement. The world remembered that instability could be navigated, not suppressed. Each return added pressure to the Titan order. Cronus felt this more than anyone. With each god released, something left him. Not just physically, but conceptually. The future he had stored within himself was no longer contained. The sense of control he had relied on began to dissolve. This was the true cost of his earlier decision. He had not just swallowed his children. He had swallowed the future of the cosmos. And now, that future was being returned to the world all at once. Zeus did not claim authority in this moment. He did not announce a new age. He allowed the released gods to exist, to find their place, to adjust. He understood that replacing one rigid order with another would repeat the same mistake. The release marked the beginning of generational change, not its completion. The Titans were not immediately displaced. They still held power. They still governed vast aspects of reality. But the world was no longer theirs alone. The presence of the Olympians introduced alternatives. This frightened some Titans. Others were curious. The Titan Age had always assumed continuity. Titans gave way to nothing. The idea that a new generation could coexist, let alone inherit, unsettled that assumption. Cronus reacted with confusion before anger. He had believed his actions were necessary, protective, logical. Seeing their consequences forced him to confront a truth he had avoided. His fear had created the very instability he sought to prevent. The release of the swallowed gods was not an act of destruction. It was an act of correction. The cosmos began to breathe again. The swallowed gods, now free, faced a world that had moved on without them. They had to adapt quickly. Their power was real, but their experience was limited. They did not yet know how to rule or cooperate. They had to learn. This learning process mattered. Unlike the Titans, who inherited a world still forming, the Olympians entered a world already shaped by fear and control. Their task was not creation, but adjustment. Zeus observed this carefully. He did not rush to lead. He understood that leadership imposed too early becomes dominance. The Olympians needed to develop identities beyond reaction. They could not define themselves only in opposition to Cronus. The release created uncertainty. But uncertainty was no longer something to be feared. It became space. Space for choice. Space for negotiation. space for the future to unfold without being swallowed or frozen. Cronus's rule did not end in this moment, but it was transformed. The world could no longer pretend that time had stopped. The presence of the released gods made stasis impossible. The Titan Age, once self-contained, was now open. This openness marked the true beginning of generational change. Not because power shifted hands immediately, but because the idea of inheritance re-entered the cosmos. The future was no longer something to be hidden or prevented. It was something to be prepared for. The release of the swallowed gods did not answer every question. It created them. And that, more than anything, signaled the end of the Titan Age as it had been known. The future was no longer inside Cronus. It was back in the world. The war did not begin with weapons. It began with alignment. Long before the first strike was imagined, the world had already started to divide itself. Not loudly, not through declarations or threats, but through choices made quietly, often without full awareness of their consequences. After the release of the swallowed gods, the cosmos entered a period of uncertainty. The Titan Age had always relied on clarity. Everyone knew their role. Everyone knew who ruled. Now that clarity was gone. Nothing had collapsed. But nothing was settled either. The Titans still held power. Their authority had not vanished overnight. Mountains still stood. Oceans still obeyed their rhythms. Time continued under Cronus's watch. On the surface, order remained intact. Yet beneath that surface, something had shifted. The presence of the Olympians introduced alternatives. For the first time, Titans were confronted not with rebellion, but with succession. The younger gods were not attacking, they were existing. And existence alone was enough to challenge the old order. This forced choices. Some Titans responded with loyalty. They had grown within the Titan Age and believed in its stability. To them, Cronus's rule was not tyranny, but protection. The world had survived chaos once. Why risk it again? Oceanus, who governed the edges of the world, leaned toward neutrality. His domain taught him patience. Borders mattered to him. Sudden upheaval threatened the balance he maintained. He did not oppose change outright, but he distrusted speed. Others were less cautious. Hyperion and his lineage understood cycles and succession. Light rose and fell. Time moved forward regardless of who tried to stop it. To them, the emergence of the Olympians felt inevitable. Resistance seemed pointless. Iapetus watched carefully. He had always understood limits, mortality, consequence. The idea that a system could last forever without renewal had never convinced him. The Olympians represented an experiment he had already supported through his sons. Yet even Iapetus hesitated. War would not simply replace one ruler with another. It would reshape the cosmos, and reshaping carries risk. Among the younger gods, alignment was just as uncertain. They had been released into a world that did not belong to them. The Titans had built it. The structures, the laws, the rhythms. The Olympians were newcomers, powerful but inexperienced. They did not yet see themselves as rulers. Some of them did not want to. Hestia remained distant from conflict. She understood stability, but not control. Her presence brought calm, not ambition. She did not seek to overthrow the Titans. She sought balance within what already existed. Demeter felt divided. She understood growth and renewal, but also loss. War would devastate the cycles she embodied, yet stagnation would suffocate them just as surely. She saw truth on both sides and struggled to choose. Hera recognized the problem more clearly. Authority without partnership had failed. Cronus ruled alone. That isolation had created fear. Hera believed in structure built through shared responsibility. The Titan Age did not allow this. The Olympian future might. Hades, newly returned, observed more than he spoke. He understood endings. He knew that not all things deserved to continue indefinitely, but he also knew that destruction without purpose creates only emptiness. His alignment was not ideological, it was conditional. Poseidon felt the tension immediately. Change had been denied too long. The world felt restrained, movement suppressed. He leaned toward action, but not without frustration. The lack of direction unsettled him. Zeus stood between these perspectives. He did not force alignment, he did not demand loyalty. He understood that sides chosen under pressure break easily. What he needed was clarity, not consensus. The choice before the cosmos was not simply Titans versus Olympians. It was continuity versus adaptation. The Titans represented a world stabilized through control. The Olympians represented a world willing to risk change. Neither path was without cost. This complexity slowed everything. No one rushed into war. Cronus himself hesitated. The release of his children had shaken him, but it had not yet broken his authority. He still believed conflict could be avoided if the future could be guided carefully. But guidance required trust, and trust was no longer universal. Some Titans began to question quietly. If Cronus's fear had created this situation, could he still lead them out of it? Others doubled down. Fear does that. The longer alignment took, the clearer the divisions became, not as rigid factions, but as tendencies. Who valued order above all else? Who believed stagnation was a greater threat than chaos? Zeus did not frame the situation as rebellion. He framed it as transition. But transitions unsettle those who benefit from the present. As discussions unfolded, it became clear that coexistence would be difficult. The Titans ruled by inheritance and precedent. The Olympians existed by survival and emergence. Their foundations were incompatible. Still, there was no declaration of war. The world held its breath. Choosing sides before the war was not about loyalty to individuals. It was about belief in what the world should become. Some believed safety lay in maintaining what had worked. Others believed survival required evolution. No side was entirely right. No side was entirely wrong. This made the coming conflict unavoidable. Because compromise requires shared assumptions, and those assumptions no longer existed. Zeus recognized this with quiet certainty. He did not want war. But he understood that unresolved tension does not dissolve on its own, it transforms, often violently. The Titans were choosing between fear and flexibility. The Olympians were choosing between caution and action. Each choice narrowed the future. By the time the first weapons would be lifted, the war would already be decided in spirit. The battlefield would only reveal what had already been chosen. For now, the cosmos remained intact, but alignment was complete. And once sides are chosen, even silently, time begins to move faster. The Titanomachy did not begin with a single moment of violence. There was no trumpet call, no cosmic signal that marked the start of the war. Instead, the first years unfolded slowly, almost cautiously, as if both sides were still unsure whether what they were doing truly deserved the name, quote, war. The world did not shatter overnight. It strained. The Titans still held the high places of the cosmos. Their domains were vast, established, and deeply rooted in the structure of reality itself. Mountains rose where they commanded. Oceans obeyed ancient rhythms. Time, though weakened, still moved under familiar patterns. The Olympians, by contrast, had no unified territory. They moved. They gathered where opportunity allowed. Their strength was not in possession, but in coordination. They learned quickly that survival depended on adaptability rather than dominance. In the early years, conflict appeared sporadically. A disputed region here, a contested boundary there. These were not decisive battles, they were tests. Both sides probed the other's limits, measuring responses, gauging strength, retreating when resistance proved stronger than expected. It was a war of hesitation as much as of force. Cronus did not immediately unleash the full might of the Titans. Despite everything, he still believed containment was possible. His early strategy focused on restriction rather than annihilation. If the Olympians could be isolated, their influence diminished, then perhaps time itself would resolve the problem. This was a familiar instinct. Time had always been Cronus's ally, but time was no longer obedient. Zeus understood this better than anyone. He avoided direct confrontation whenever possible. Instead, he focused on positioning, alliances, and survival. The Olympians did not yet have the strength to overpower the Titans directly, and Zeus knew it. What they had was endurance. The early Titanomachy was defined by movement rather than destruction. Forces clashed briefly, then withdrew. Territories changed hands without permanent occupation. No side committed fully. This frustrated many Titans. They were accustomed to decisive authority. To slow erosion felt unnatural. Some demanded overwhelming force. Others warned that escalation would destroy the very world they sought to preserve. These disagreements weakened cohesion. Among the Olympians, unity was not guaranteed either. They were young, powerful, but untested. They disagreed on strategy, on priorities, on how much destruction was acceptable. Hestia withdrew further from the conflict, serving as an anchor rather than a weapon. Demeter tried to preserve what growth she could amid disruption. Hera worked tirelessly to maintain internal cohesion, understanding that a fractured side would not survive long. Poseidon pushed for action. He saw hesitation as weakness. He believed momentum mattered. His clashes with Titan-aligned forces were among the earliest and most intense, often reshaping coastlines and seas without permanently securing them. Hades remained largely absent from the front lines. His role was indirect but essential. The dead began to accumulate, though not yet in overwhelming numbers. Still, the underworld started to change. It grew more structured, more prepared. Death, once rare among divine beings, became a real consequence. The Titans underestimated this shift. They had fought before. They had overthrown Uranus. But this war was different. It was not about liberation from oppression. It was about generational displacement. That distinction mattered. The Titans fought to preserve their world. The Olympians fought to create a place within it. In the early years, neither goal could fully defeat the other. Battles flared near borders of influence. Oceanus's domain became a zone of tension rather than open conflict. Hyperion's territories shifted subtly, light itself seeming uncertain at times. Iapetus watched as his sons moved further into opposition. Prometheus, especially, began to see the war not just as a struggle for power, but as an opportunity to reshape existence more fundamentally. This perspective unsettled even allies. Cronus grew increasingly isolated. His authority remained, but confidence in his judgment eroded. The longer the war dragged on without resolution, the more Titans questioned whether time was truly on their side. The Olympians adapted. They learned how Titans fought. They learned which domains were rigid and which could bend. They learned to strike where response was slow and withdraw before retaliation could escalate. These tactics did not win territory. They won experience. Experience began to level the imbalance. The Titanomachy's early years were marked by restraint, but also by accumulation. Every clash taught lessons. Every loss revealed vulnerability. Slowly, the Olympians stopped reacting and started anticipating. This alarmed the Titans. Some pushed for escalation, others clung harder to caution. The lack of unified response weakened their effectiveness. Their strength remained overwhelming, but it was increasingly unfocused. Zeus observed this carefully. He understood that wars are rarely won by strength alone, they are won by timing, and timing, ironically, was slipping away from the Titan who ruled time. Still, Zeus did not rush. He knew that forcing a decisive battle too early would lead to annihilation. The Olympians needed something more, not just unity, not just experience. They needed leverage. At this stage, that leverage did not yet exist. So the war remained unresolved. Years passed. Decades, perhaps longer. Time blurred. Mortals, where they existed at all, felt only distant tremors. The cosmos endured, but scars accumulated. The Titans began to feel fatigue. They had ruled without challenge for ages. Sustained resistance was new. Even without decisive losses, the constant strain eroded certainty. The Olympians, by contrast, grew into the war. They learned to trust each other, to rely on complementary strengths, to endure loss without collapse. They stopped seeing themselves as survivors and began to see themselves as contenders. This shift was subtle but decisive. By the end of the early Titanomachy, the war had not been won, but it had been defined. The Titans no longer faced a temporary disturbance. They faced a future that refused to disappear, and the Olympians no longer fought merely to exist. They were beginning to imagine victory. The balance had not yet tipped, but it was no longer stable. The first years of the Titanomachy did not destroy the world. They changed how the world understood power. And once that understanding changes, nothing ever fully returns to what it was before. The Titanomachy was never meant to last this long. At least, that is what both sides believed in the beginning. Wars among gods were expected to be decisive, a clear victor, a clear end. History, as it was remembered, had always moved that way. Uranus fell. Cronus rose. Power changed hands in moments that echoed across existence. But this war refused to obey that pattern. Years passed without resolution. Then, more years. The conflict did not burn brightly and fade. It smoldered, stretching itself thin across time, turning strength into exhaustion and certainty into doubt. The Titans began to feel something unfamiliar. Weariness. They were not losing battles in a clear sense. Their power remained immense. Their domains still stood. Yet every clash required effort that did not seem to return results. Each engagement drained something that could not be easily restored. Time itself no longer felt cooperative. Cronus sensed this more sharply than anyone. He ruled time, yet could not command the pace of events. The war dragged on despite his expectations, despite his plans, despite his authority. This created a quiet tension within him. The Olympians were still there, still resisting, still growing more confident with each passing cycle. They were not scattering, they were not fading, they were adapting. The longer the war lasted, the more dangerous that became. The nature of the conflict began to change. Early battles had been cautious, almost exploratory. Now they became routine, not larger but more frequent. Small confrontations flared constantly across the edges of Titan control. These skirmishes rarely achieved decisive outcomes, but they chipped away at stability. No single blow mattered. The accumulation did. Mountains reshaped subtly from repeated strain. Rivers altered their courses. Seas grew restless, their rhythms less predictable. The world remained intact, but it no longer felt at ease. Even the Titans who avoided direct combat felt the effects. Oceanus watched boundaries blur. Hyperion noticed light behaving strangely, its cycles disturbed by ongoing tension. Mnemosyne felt memory itself growing heavy, crowded with unresolved moments. Nothing concluded. For beings who had ruled through permanence, this lack of closure was deeply unsettling. The Olympians, however, were changing in the opposite direction. They grew used to uncertainty, used to delay, used to survival without resolution. What initially felt like weakness became strength. They learned patience not as resignation, but as strategy. Zeus, in particular, understood this shift. He stopped seeking immediate outcomes. Instead, he focused on sustaining momentum, keeping pressure alive, ensuring the Titans could never fully relax or return to unquestioned authority. This was not dramatic leadership. It was methodical. Zeus delegated, listened, adjusted. He allowed his siblings room to act independently while maintaining shared purpose. The Olympians did not always agree, but they stayed aligned. That alone made them dangerous. Hera became central to maintaining cohesion. She did not command armies, but she managed relationships, conflicts, and loyalties. Her influence held the group together during moments when frustration threatened unity. Poseidon continued to press aggressively, but with growing discipline. His attacks became less impulsive, more coordinated. The seas became contested spaces rather than chaotic battlefields. Hades, quietly, expanded his domain's readiness. Death was still rare among gods, but not unheard of. The possibility of loss weighed on everyone now. Even immortality felt conditional. This realization marked a turning point. The Titans had always assumed their position was natural, eternal. Now, the idea of permanent displacement began to surface, faint but persistent, not as fear at first, but as irritation, then concern. Cronus tried to reassert control. He issued commands, he reinforced borders, he demanded unity. But authority strained when results failed to follow. Some Titans complied out of loyalty, others out of habit. Fewer did so with conviction. The war's duration exposed differences in philosophy among the Titans. Some believed in overwhelming force and wanted escalation. Others feared that total war would unravel existence itself. The longer this debate continued, the less coordinated their actions became. The Olympians noticed. They began exploiting hesitation, pressing where response lagged, withdrawing when retaliation threatened. They did not seek conquest yet. They sought imbalance. Slowly, the Titans were forced into reaction. That alone signaled erosion. The war no longer felt like a struggle between equal forces. It felt like a system under stress. Even areas untouched by battle sensed the tension. Nature behaved unevenly. Growth faltered in some regions, while surging uncontrollably in others. Time seemed to stretch and compress, unpredictably. Mortals, where they existed, felt this instability as unease rather than understanding. They sensed the world was unsettled, though they could not name why. The Titans could name it. They simply could not stop it. Cronus grew increasingly withdrawn. He still ruled, but his confidence thinned. The prophecy he had tried to avoid now echoed louder, not as a future threat, but as a present pattern. He had overthrown his father. Now he faced children who refused to disappear. The symmetry disturbed him. The Olympians felt that shift too, not as certainty of victory, but as possibility. The idea that the Titans could be worn down, rather than defeated outright, reshaped their approach. This was no longer about a single decisive battle. It was about endurance. The war's length became its own weapon. Every year that passed weakened the old order's sense of inevitability. Every unresolved conflict made the idea of Titan rule feel less absolute. The Olympians were still not stronger individually. But collectively, they were becoming something new, a system that learned. The Titans, bound to ancient roles, struggled to change. Their strength lay in what had always been. The Olympians' strength lay in what could be. That difference widened over time. The Titanomachy's prolonged nature exhausted not only resources, but assumptions, the belief that power must be immediate, that authority must be uncontested, that time would always favor the established. None of these beliefs survived unchallenged. By this stage, the war was no longer merely a conflict. It was a transformation. The world had entered a state where old certainties dissolved slowly, replaced by uncertainty that refused resolution. Neither side could end the war easily. But only one side learned to live with that reality. The Titans endured because they had no choice. The Olympians endured because they chose to. And that difference, subtle as it seemed, began to shape the future more than any single clash ever could. The war did not end quickly. But in refusing to end, it revealed who could adapt to a future that no longer followed ancient rules. For most of the war, some names were never spoken. Not because they were unknown, but because remembering them was uncomfortable. They belonged to an earlier mistake, an older fear, something both Uranus and Cronus had chosen to hide rather than confront. The Cyclopes. The Hecaton shares. They had been pushed so far from the world that even the war between gods seemed to forget them, buried deep, sealed away, treated not as allies or enemies, but as problems best kept out of sight. And yet they were still there. Time passed differently for them, in darkness without seasons or sky, without battle or peace. They did not grow weaker, but they did not grow gentler either. What remained was raw strength, unshaped by politics or pride. They remembered who had locked them away. Zeus knew of them long before he acted. The stories were not hidden. They were simply avoided. Gaia had never forgotten her children, even the ones the sky and time had rejected. When Zeus listened to her, truly listened, he began to understand that the war could not be won by balance alone. It needed disruption. Until now, the Olympians had fought within the limits of the existing order. Even rebellion followed familiar patterns. The Titans responded as they always had, with force measured by old rules. But the Cyclopes and the Hecaton chairs were not part of those rules. Freeing them was not an act of mercy. It was a strategic risk. Zeus understood that once released, they could not be easily controlled. These were not diplomats or rulers, they were forces, old ones, unfiltered ones. But the war had reached a point where risk outweighed caution. The descent into their prison was not dramatic. It was quiet. No cheering armies, no announcement, just movement downward, into a place where the world felt unfinished. Tartarus was not simply a location, it was a condition. Heavy, pressing, resistant to presence. Chains forged by ancient authority still held the forgotten brothers in place, not because they lacked strength, but because the will of the universe itself had once agreed they should not roam free. Breaking those bonds required more than power. It required permission. Gaia gave it. The release was slow, deliberate. The Cyclopes emerged first, their single eyes adjusting to light that had not existed when they were last free. They did not speak at first, they observed. Measured, remembered. The Hecaton shares followed, vast and unsettling. 100 hands, 50 heads, movements that made the space around them feel unstable. They were not elegant. They were not subtle. They were overwhelming. No speeches were made. No apologies offered. The past was acknowledged without words. The Olympians did not ask for loyalty. they offered purpose. And that was enough. The Cyclopes understood creation, not in the abstract sense, but in the practical one. They shaped tools, weapons, objects that focused power rather than merely expressing it. Thunder was not new, but thunder made deliberate became something else entirely. For Zeus, this was transformative. The lightning forged by the Cyclopes was not just stronger. It was precise, contained, controlled, power that could be directed rather than unleashed blindly. Poseidon received his trident, Hades his helm. Each artifact was an extension of its bearer, amplifying intent rather than replacing it. These were not gifts. They were corrections. The Hecaton shares, on the other hand, were not creators. They were pressure. Once unleashed onto the battlefield, they changed its nature entirely. Where Titans had stood firm against Olympian assaults before, now they were overwhelmed by scale. Not through cleverness, but through relentless force, applied from every direction at once. 100 hands meant no blindside. 100 strikes meant no recovery. Battles that once dragged on for days ended quickly when the Hecaton shares were present. Not because the Titans lacked strength, but because they could not respond fast enough. This shift was immediate. The Titans felt it. For the first time since the war began, they were pushed back not by strategy, but by something they could not adapt to easily. Their formations broke. Their assumptions failed. Cronus recognized the change instantly. This was not escalation. This was transformation. The war no longer followed its previous rhythm. Where before there had been slow erosion, now there were sudden collapses. Long-held positions fell. Borders that seemed eternal dissolved. Panic was not widespread, but unease spread quickly. Some Titans questioned how such beings had been allowed to exist at all. Others realized too late that they had once had that power on their side and had chosen fear over cooperation. The irony was difficult to ignore. The Cyclopes did not seek revenge. They were not driven by hatred. They simply worked. Their focus was creation, not destruction. They forged, repaired, adjusted. They strengthened the Olympian position, not through constant violence, but by making every action more effective. The Hecaton Curies, however, remembered confinement clearly. They did not negotiate. They did not hesitate. Where they fought, the battlefield itself seemed to reject the Titans' presence. Stones cracked, air shifted, balance disappeared. The Titans began avoiding them. That avoidance created gaps. The Olympians exploited those gaps carefully. They did not rush victory. Zeus resisted the urge to push too hard, understanding that momentum needed control as much as force. This restraint further separated him from Cronus. Cronus had ruled through fear of disruption. Zeus now wielded disruption carefully. The presence of the Forgotten Brothers changed more than combat outcomes. It altered morale. The Olympians felt, perhaps for the first time, that victory was not theoretical. It was approaching. The Titans felt something else. Regret. Not all of them, but enough. Oceanus remained distant, troubled by the imbalance but unwilling to intervene directly. Mnemosyne felt history bending toward an inevitable conclusion. Even Hyperion sensed light, shifting away from Titan dominance. Cronus stood firm, but his world was narrowing. The release of the Cyclopes and Hecaton Cheers marked a point of no return. The war could no longer settle back into stalemate. Too much had changed. Too many old boundaries had been crossed. What had been hidden was now central. What had been rejected was now essential. The Forgotten Brothers did not just join the war. They redefined it. From this moment on, the Titanomachy was no longer a question of whether the Titans could hold power indefinitely. It became a question of how much of that power they would lose before the end arrived. The old order had tried to bury its mistakes. The new one brought them back into the light. And the world, already strained by years of conflict, began to feel the weight of an ending drawing closer. Not sudden, not loud, but unavoidable. Until this point, the war had been fought mostly with what already existed. Strength against strength. Domain against domain. Old power meeting new ambition. The Titans relied on what had always worked. Vast size, raw force, control over fundamental parts of reality. Mountains moved because they moved them. Time bent because Cronus allowed it to bend. The world obeyed because it had never learned another option. The Olympians, in contrast, were still adapting. They did not command the world by default. They had to act within it. Their victories came from coordination, timing, and pressure rather than sheer inevitability. This difference mattered more than anyone realized at first. But it was not enough. The war had shifted after the return of the Cyclopes and the Hecaton shares, yet it still lacked something decisive. Power was present, but it was unfocused. Battles were won, positions taken, but the structure of the conflict remained fragile. What changed everything was not simply the arrival of new allies. It was the arrival of tools. The Cyclopes did not see weapons the way gods usually did. To them, a weapon was not a symbol. It was not an extension of ego or authority. It was a solution to a problem. And the problem was imbalance. Titan power was broad and continuous. It filled space naturally. Olympian power was sharp but limited. It required precision to be effective. The Cyclopes understood this immediately. They began shaping power into forms that could be carried, aimed, and controlled. Not because gods were weak without them, but because war had become too complex to rely on raw force alone. The first and most important of these creations was the lightning bolt. Lightning had always existed. Storms were not new. Thunder rolled across the sky long before Zeus was born. But this was different. This lightning was deliberate. Forged, not summoned. Contained, not released. It was power given direction. When Zeus first held it, nothing outwardly dramatic happened. No explosion, no shockwave. Just weight. A sense of responsibility settling into his grasp. This was not a weapon meant to be thrown blindly. It demanded judgment. And Zeus, unlike Cronus, understood restraint. The lightning bolt did not make Zeus instantly stronger. What it did was make his strength efficient. A single strike could accomplish what once required prolonged engagement. A clear decision replaced drawn-out conflict. For the first time, Titan forces faced something they could not simply endure. They could withstand storms. They could resist brute force. But lightning shaped by intent was different. It struck where they were exposed, not where they were strongest. The battlefield changed accordingly. Engagements became shorter, more decisive, less forgiving. The Olympians no longer needed to hold positions indefinitely. They could disrupt, withdraw, and strike again with precision. Poseidon's trident functioned in a similar way. Seas had always answered him, but now their response became focused. Tides turned suddenly. Waters split cleanly. Naval dominance became absolute in contested regions. The Titans who relied on slow, overwhelming pressure found themselves outpaced. Hades' helm introduced another shift. Visibility, awareness, and certainty began to fail. Ambush became possible. Retreat became safer. The underworld's quiet presence extended into active war. These were not weapons meant to dominate through spectacle. They worked through control. And control reshapes war more effectively than brute strength ever could. The Titans reacted with confusion at first. They were not unfamiliar with artifacts, but these creations felt different. They did not amplify Titan power in the same way ancient tools had. They did not rely on scale. They relied on choice. That distinction mattered. Cronus sensed the danger quickly. Weapons that required judgment favored minds willing to adapt. He had ruled through fixed order, through repetition, through predictability. The Olympians were comfortable with uncertainty. The lightning bolt became a symbol not because it was flashy, but because it represented something new, authority earned through action rather than inheritance. Each time Zeus used it, the message spread quietly. Power could change hands, not through a single overthrow, but through accumulated decisions. The Titans began adjusting their tactics, but adaptation came slowly. Their strength lay in consistency. They had ruled an unchanging world for too long. Flexibility was not a skill they had cultivated. Some attempted to counter the weapons directly, shielding themselves, reinforcing defenses. Others withdrew, waiting for opportunities that never quite formed. The war accelerated. Not in noise, but in consequence. Mistakes now mattered more. Hesitation could not be recovered from easily. The Olympians pressed this advantage carefully, refusing to rush the final outcome. Zeus understood that overwhelming force could provoke desperate responses. The Titans still had immense power. Cornering them too quickly risked destabilizing the world itself. So the weapons were used selectively, strategically, not to end the war overnight, but to reshape its direction. This frustrated many Titans more than outright defeat would have. The slow erosion of their dominance felt unnatural. Their power was not being challenged head-on, it was being bypassed. Cronus found himself reacting rather than commanding. Each decision he made felt like a response to Olympian initiative rather than a continuation of his own plans. Time, once his domain, slipped from his grasp in subtle ways. The weapons did not overthrow him directly. They undermined him. Other Titans noticed this shift too. Some questioned whether the old order could still sustain itself. Others doubled down, clinging to tradition with renewed stubbornness. The division deepened. The Cyclopes continued working throughout this period. They refined, adjusted, improved. Their role did not end with the first creations. War, to them, was an ongoing problem, requiring constant solutions. Their presence ensured that Olympian power did not stagnate. The Titans, by contrast, relied on what they already had. That difference widened over time. The battlefield itself began reflecting the imbalance. Areas controlled by Olympians became more stable, more predictable. Titan-held regions grew volatile, strained by reactive force rather than deliberate control. Even neutral spaces felt the pull. The world was choosing sides, not out of loyalty but out of necessity. Weapons had changed the war not by adding destruction but by redefining what effectiveness meant. The Titans could still destroy, but destruction alone no longer decided outcomes. Precision did. Judgment did. Adaptation did. By this stage, the end of the war was no longer unthinkable. It was not immediate, but it was imaginable. That alone marked a historic shift. The Olympians had not just gained stronger tools, they had gained a different relationship with power. And the Titans, for all their ancient might, found themselves facing a future that no longer bent automatically to their will. The lightning did not just strike enemies, it illuminated the path forward. And once that path became visible, the world itself began slowly, quietly, moving in that direction. The fall of Cronus did not happen in a single moment. There was no instant collapse, no dramatic pause where time itself seemed to stop. That would have been too simple, too clean, and far too similar to how his own rise had begun. This ending took longer. It unfolded gradually, through pressure rather than shock, through loss of certainty rather than sudden defeat. By the time Cronus realized that the Titan Age was ending, it had already been slipping away for a long while. At first, he still believed the war could be turned. The Titans were weakened, yes, but not broken. Their power remained vast. Their presence still shaped the world. Cronus told himself that endurance would win out, that time, his greatest ally, would eventually favor stability over change. But time no longer listened to him the way it once had. The Olympians had learned how to operate within time instead of ruling it. They moved around it, through it, sometimes even against it. Battles no longer followed predictable cycles. Pressure came unexpectedly, then faded, then returned stronger. Cronus responded with force, but force without flexibility only accelerated exhaustion. The first true sign of his fall was not military. It was isolation. Titan unity had already begun to crack, but now those cracks widened into silence. Orders went unanswered. Councils ended without consensus. Titans who once stood firmly beside Cronus began withdrawing, not openly rebelling, but choosing absence over loyalty. Oceanus remained distant, guarding his waters but refusing deeper involvement. Many Mosene watched history forming and did not interfere. Even those who still fought did so without conviction. Cronus felt this shift keenly. Authority without trust becomes weight. Every decision he made felt heavier than the last. Time, once flowing smoothly beneath his control, felt resistant, thick, slow to obey. The prophecy he had tried to outrun pressed closer, not as a spoken threat, but as an unavoidable pattern repeating itself. He had feared his children because he recognized himself in them. Now that recognition turned inward. Zeus, meanwhile, did not rush the final confrontation. He understood that defeating Cronus was not simply about overpowering him. Cronus was time. To destroy him recklessly would damage the structure of the world itself. The goal was not annihilation. It was replacement. The Olympians advanced carefully, dismantling Titan control piece by piece. Each victory was measured. Each loss inflicted on the Titans was designed to limit their ability to respond rather than provoke total collapse. This restraint confused Cronus more than aggression ever could. He expected rebellion to mirror his own, a decisive strike, a violent overthrow. Instead, he faced something quieter and far more unsettling, an ending that refused to announce itself. The final battles came when Titan positions could no longer support one another. Without coordination, strength became isolated. Strongholds fell not because they were weak, but because they stood alone. Cronus fought. He did not surrender. He confronted Zeus not as a tyrant clinging desperately to power, but as a ruler who genuinely believed his rule was necessary. He argued not with words alone, but with force, shaped by centuries of dominance. Time bent around him. The air felt heavy. Moments stretched unnaturally. The world seemed reluctant to let him go. But Zeus did not try to outlast time. He stepped outside its rhythm. With lightning shaped by intent, with allies who moved as one rather than as echoes of tradition, Zeus met Cronus not as a mirror, but as something different. The clash was not the loudest of the war. It was the most consequential. Cronus discovered, in that confrontation, that control without renewal eventually collapses under its own weight. Time cannot be frozen indefinitely without becoming brittle. When he fell, the world did not break. It exhaled. The defeat of Cronus was not followed by celebration. There was no triumphal roar across the heavens. Even Zeus understood that this moment carried gravity rather than joy. Cronus was not destroyed. He was contained, bound once again, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. The Titan who had once ruled time was placed beyond it, locked away, where his presence could no longer dictate the flow of existence. This act echoed his own treatment of Uranus, but with one critical difference. Zeus did not pretend it was righteous destiny. He acknowledged it as a burden. The Titan Age did not end with applause. It ended with silence. A deep, settling quiet that spread across the world as if reality itself needed time to adjust. Mountains ceased trembling. Seas calmed. The sky steadied. Order did not instantly improve, but it changed. The Titans who remained free were scattered, diminished, or withdrawn. Some retreated into obscurity. Others accepted the new order reluctantly. A few disappeared entirely from the center of power. None replaced Cronus. That alone marked the true end of the Titan Age. Zeus did not claim absolute authority immediately. He understood what unchecked power did. The memory of Cronus' fall remained fresh, not as a warning against rebellion, but against stagnation. The Olympians took their places slowly, cautiously. The world, shaped for ages by Titan certainty, needed time to adapt to a new kind of rule, one less absolute, more negotiated, more responsive. Cronus' fall reshaped more than politics. It reshaped expectation. The idea that power could be permanent had been broken twice now. First Uranus, then Cronus. The pattern was clear enough to unsettle even the victors. Nothing ruled forever. Not even time itself. The Titan Age ended, not with destruction, but with displacement. A passing of dominance that left traces everywhere. The world would always remember the Titans, not as villains, but as foundations. Necessary, and ultimately surpassed. Cronus' fall closed a chapter that had begun before memory itself had structure. What followed would be different, not calmer, not kinder, but undeniably new. The old order had held the world in place. The new one would allow it to move. And that movement, slow and uncertain, marked the true beginning of the age that followed. When Cronus fell, the war ended in practice, but not in consequence. There was no single moment when every Titan vanished from the world, no sweeping judgment that erased an entire generation. What followed was slower, quieter, and in many ways more complex than the war itself. The Titan Age did not disappear. It dispersed. Some Titans were punished, some withdrew, some adapted. A few remained exactly where they were, changed only by the fact that they no longer stood at the center of power. The new order did not demand uniform endings. Zeus understood that eliminating the Titans entirely would destabilize the world they had shaped. Many aspects of reality still depended on them. Removing them recklessly would create gaps that no Olympian was ready to fill. So the aftermath became a process rather than a decree. Oceanus was one of the first to be left untouched. He had never fully committed to the war. His domain, the great encircling waters, was essential to the structure of the world itself. Zeus did not challenge him. Oceanus continued his role, distant and steady, a reminder that not all Titans had ruled through fear or force. Tethys remained with him, her quiet influence shaping the flow of waters and nourishment. Their presence softened the transition between ages. Rivers still ran. Boundaries still held. Hyperion's fate was less clear. As the Titan of Light, he found his authority diminished rather than removed. The sun did not vanish when he stepped back. Instead, his role became more abstract, his influence absorbed into a new system governed by younger gods. This was not imprisonment. It was replacement through redundancy. The light continued without him at the forefront. Theia, tied to sight and brilliance, faded into obscurity alongside him. Their withdrawal was not forced. It was a recognition that the world had moved on. Coeus and Phoebe followed similar paths. Their association with knowledge, foresight, and the unseen did not disappear, but their direct influence waned. Oracles would still exist. Insight would still matter, but their authority was no longer absolute. Memory of them became indirect. Mnemosyne's case was different. She remained. As the Titan of memory, she could not be removed without consequence. Zeus understood that memory was not merely a function of the past, but a requirement for continuity. Without her, the world would forget itself. She stayed, not as a ruler, but as a keeper. Her presence ensured that the Titan age would not be erased, only contextualized. Stories would be remembered. Lessons preserved. The past would remain accessible without dominating the present. Iapetus, legacy unfolded through his children rather than himself. Prometheus and Epimetheus had already begun shaping a future centered on mortals. Their actions pulled focus away from Titan authority and toward the fragile beings that would define the coming age. Iapetus himself faded from prominence, his relevance carried forward through consequence rather than command. Crius, associated with constellations and cosmic order, retreated into the background of the heavens. The stars remained, but their governance became passive. The sky no longer answered to him directly. The hecatombs did not disappear. They became guardians. Their strength, once feared and suppressed, was now redirected. They were placed at the edges of the new order, watching over what remained dangerous and unresolved. Their presence served as a deterrent, not an active threat. They were not celebrated. They were necessary. The Cyclopes continued their work, though their role diminished as the war ended. They did not seek authority. Creation satisfied them more than control. Over time, their presence became rare, their influence seen more in legacy than in appearance. Some Titans were confined. Those who had fought aggressively and refused reconciliation were bound within Tartarus alongside Cronus, not as an act of vengeance, but as containment. Their power, left unchecked, posed too great a risk. This imprisonment was not eternal by design. It was indefinite. The difference mattered. Zeus did not claim the right to erase them from existence. He accepted the responsibility of managing the aftermath instead. A few Titans vanished entirely from myth. Not destroyed, but forgotten. They withdrew so completely that even memory struggled to hold on to them. Whether this was choice or consequence remains unclear. In a world moving forward, irrelevance became a kind of exile. The important truth is this: the Titans did not all lose. They simply stopped ruling. Their age ended not with annihilation, but with decentralization. Power spread out, reorganized, and redefined itself. What had once been concentrated in a single generation became distributed across many. This made the new world less stable in some ways, but also more resilient. The Olympians inherited a structure built by Titans, but they did not inherit their certainty. They governed with awareness of fragility, knowing that even their own rule could one day be challenged. The Titans, in their various fates, became reminders rather than authorities. Some as warnings, some as foundations, some as quiet continuities. The world did not forget them. It learned how to live with them differently. And that, more than victory or defeat, marked the true transition between ages. Not every punishment after the Titan War was meant to destroy. Some were meant to hold things apart. Atlas, fate was one of those. When the fighting ended and the world began its slow adjustment to a new order, Zeus faced a problem that could not be solved through imprisonment alone. The sky and the earth, once tightly bound together, needed to remain separate, not violently, not temporarily, but permanently. Someone had to bear that responsibility. Atlas was chosen. He was not selected at random, nor was his punishment the result of personal hatred. Atlas had fought fiercely on the side of the Titans. He had resisted change until the very end. His strength was unquestionable, his endurance unmatched. Those same qualities made him suitable for a task no one else could perform. To hold up the sky was not simply a physical burden, it was a symbolic one. Atlas was placed at the boundary between what had been and what now had to remain apart. Sky above, earth below, and between them a Titan who could not let either collapse back into the other. In earlier ages, Uranus had pressed himself too closely against Gaia. That closeness had suffocated growth. The separation of sky and earth was one of the first steps toward structure. Atlas, punishment ensured that separation would never again be threatened. He did not hold the sky because Zeus wanted to humiliate him. He held it because the world required distance to function. This distinction mattered. Atlas' suffering was constant, but it was not chaotic. The weight he bore was stable, unchanging. The sky did not crush him suddenly. It pressed down endlessly, demanding endurance rather than resistance. This made his punishment uniquely suited to his nature. Atlas did not scream in defiance. He endured. Over time, his role became less about guilt and more about balance. The world adjusted to his presence. Mountains rose beneath him. Horizons formed around his stance. Travelers would later imagine him at the edge of the world, standing where known land ended and the vast unknown began. This was not accidental. Atlas came to represent limits. Not the limits imposed by rulers, but the limits required by reality itself. The Olympians understood this quietly. Zeus did not revisit Atlas. Fate often. There was no need. The punishment worked because it was aligned with the structure of the world, not because it was enforced repeatedly. Atlas did not plot escape. He did not beg. He adapted. In doing so, he became something more than a defeated Titan. He became a pillar, a constant presence in a world that was still finding its footing after generations of upheaval. The symbolism extended beyond him. Other punishments followed similar logic. Those Titans confined to Tartarus were not simply locked away. They were placed where their influence could no longer distort the surface world. Tartarus became a pressure valve, a space where excess power could exist without tearing reality apart. Punishment was no longer about vengeance. It was about containment. Zeus' approach marked a departure from previous cycles of rule. Uranus had imprisoned out of fear. Cronus had consumed his children to prevent replacement. Zeus restrained with awareness of consequence. That difference shaped the meaning of Atlas, burden. The sky did not belong to Zeus. It belonged to the world. Atlas ensured it stayed where it needed to be. Over time, stories softened his image. Mortals would imagine him as a figure of tragedy, bent beneath an unbearable load. But the truth was quieter. Atlas was not crushed. He was fixed. His role did not change. The sky remained overhead. The earth remained below. Seasons followed their rhythms. Life continued. Atlas, stillness allowed motion elsewhere. This was the deeper symbolism of his punishment. Stability requires sacrifice. Not everyone moves forward. Some must remain behind, holding structures in place so others can build upon them. The Titan Age had failed in part because it resisted this idea. Power had tried to remain unified, central, and eternal. The Olympian Age accepted division, distribution, separation of roles. Atlas embodied that shift more clearly than any other figure. He was strong enough to hold the sky, but not powerful enough to rule it. That balance defined the new order. Even Zeus, for all his authority, did not claim Atlas' position. He did not replace him. The sky was not something to be governed directly. It needed support, not command. This restraint echoed throughout the post-war world. The Olympians took their thrones, but those thrones were limited. Seas, skies, underworld, and earth were governed, not owned. No single god pressed themselves against the world the way Uranus once had. Atlas, punishment served as a constant reminder of what happened when boundaries collapsed. The world remembered, and because it remembered, it did not repeat that mistake immediately. Atlas did not fade into irrelevance like some titans. His presence remained essential, silent, heavy, enduring. He became a symbol not of failure but of consequence. The Titan War ended with many stories, but Atlas was one of the clearest. It explained why the sky stayed above, why the earth had room to breathe, why order required effort, even after victory. In carrying the sky, Atlas carried history, not as a narrative, but as a weight. And the world, resting beneath that vast arch, continued forward, balanced between what had been lost and what had been gained. When the war ended, Prometheus did not celebrate. He did not mourn either. While the Olympians settled into their new roles and the remaining Titans faded into exile, imprisonment, or quiet withdrawal, Prometheus stood in a strange middle ground. He had fought alongside the Titans, yet his way of thinking no longer fit the old order. At the same time, he did not fully belong to the Olympian world that followed. He was something else. The Titanomachy had ended a generation of rule, but it had not erased the values that shaped it. Strength, dominance, and fear-based authority had failed. Prometheus understood this more clearly than most, because he had never believed in them to begin with. He had always looked forward rather than upward. After the war, Zeus allowed Prometheus to remain free. This was not an act of trust, nor was it generosity. Zeus recognized that Prometheus was dangerous in a way the other Titans were not because of brute force, but because of ideas. Prometheus questioned systems. That made him useful and threatening at the same time. In the quiet years after the war, Prometheus turned his attention fully toward mortals. Humans were still fragile, unfinished beings. They struggled to survive, dependent on nature's unpredictability and the distant moods of gods. To Prometheus, this was unacceptable. The Titan Age had been about control. The Olympian Age risked becoming about dependence. Prometheus saw another path, one where humans could stand on their own, even if only partially. Fire was the first step. Not the wildfire of storms or volcanoes, but controlled fire. A tool, a resource, something that could be carried, shared, and passed on. Fire meant warmth, protection, cooking, crafting. It meant time. It meant progress. Giving fire to humans was not a moment of rebellion. It was a decision. Prometheus knew exactly what it meant. He understood that Zeus did not want humans to grow too quickly. A powerful mortal population, complicated divine rule. Independent beings were unpredictable. But Prometheus believed stagnation was worse. In this, he carried the Titan legacy forward in a transformed way. The Titans had shaped the world directly. Prometheus shaped those who lived in it. He did not command humans. He taught them. This was a quieter form of influence, and far more enduring. Zeus noticed. At first, he tolerated it. The Olympian order was still stabilizing. Prometheus' actions did not immediately threaten divine authority. Humans remained weak compared to gods. Fire alone did not make them dangerous. But the pattern concerned him. Prometheus did not stop at fire. He taught humans to observe, to plan, to remember. Skills once reserved for immortals began spreading among mortals. Slowly, but steadily. This was not defiance for its own sake. It was consistency. Prometheus believed that power should grow outward, not remain concentrated. This belief placed him at odds with every ruling generation that had ever existed. Zeus confronted him eventually. The conversation was not explosive. It was controlled. Zeus did not accuse Prometheus of betrayal. He asked him why. Prometheus answered honestly. He said that the world could not move forward if mortals remained helpless, that gods ruling over fragile beings would always repeat the same cycle: fear, control, rebellion, collapse. He believed humans needed enough strength to matter, but not enough to dominate. Zeus did not agree. He did not completely disagree either. That tension defined their relationship. Prometheus was not punished immediately. Zeus watched. He measured consequences. He allowed events to unfold longer than Cronus ever would have. But patience has limits. When Prometheus stole fire openly, bypassing divine permission, the line was crossed, not because fire itself was forbidden, but because the act represented independence from divine authority. Prometheus had acted without approval. For Zeus, this was dangerous precedent. The punishment that followed was not impulsive, it was calculated. Prometheus was bound, not erased. Tied to a rock where his suffering would repeat endlessly, but predictably. This punishment mirrored Atlas in one key way. It was symbolic. Prometheus was not punished for caring about humans. He was punished for acting alone, for removing himself from the system entirely. Zeus wanted to send a message, not just to Prometheus, but to everyone watching. Change would happen, but not without order. Prometheus endured his punishment with the same clarity that defined his actions. He did not recant, he did not beg. He accepted the consequence as part of the cost of progress. In doing so, he preserved the Titan spirit in its purest form. Not domination, defiance, through persistence. His suffering became a reminder that the Titan legacy did not end with Cronus' fall. It evolved. It shifted from ruling the world to challenging how it was ruled. Mortals remembered Prometheus, not as a god, but as a benefactor, a teacher, someone who suffered so they could move forward. This memory mattered. It created a bridge between divine ages. The Titans were no longer rulers, but their influence remained embedded in human thought, creativity, and resistance. Zeus allowed this memory to exist. He could have erased Prometheus from mortal awareness. He chose not to. Perhaps he understood that a world without dissent would stagnate. Perhaps he recognized that Prometheus served a role even in punishment. The Olympian age needed friction. Prometheus provided it. The Titan legacy, carried forward through him, became less about power and more about challenge, less about control and more about potential. In this way, the war's consequences extended far beyond divine politics. They reached into the lives of beings who would never see Olympus or Tartarus, but whose future depended on choices made there. Prometheus did not rule. He did not win. But he ensured that the Titan age did not vanish quietly. It left behind questions. And questions, once planted, grow longer than empires. Tartarus was never built. It did not rise from stone shaped by hands, nor was it designed with intention or purpose. Tartarus existed before punishment had a name, before law, before rebellion, before gods understood the meaning of confinement. It was simply there, deeper than Hades, further than darkness. A place not defined by walls, but by separation. Tartarus was distance made absolute. Not just physical distance, but conceptual distance. From light, from memory, from relevance. After the Titanomachy, Tartarus changed. Not in form, but in function. Before the war, Tartarus was a threat. a place mentioned more than used. Cronus ruled through fear of being cast down, not through systems of imprisonment. The Titans punished through force, exile, or erasure. Tartarus loomed in the background as an ultimate consequence, but it was rarely occupied. Zeus understood something Cronus never had. Power required structure. When the Olympians took control, they inherited a world exhausted by chaos. Endless conflict had shown the limits of raw strength. Victory alone was not enough. The new order needed permanence. It needed consequences that endured beyond individual battles. Tartarus became that consequence. The defeated Titans were not simply destroyed. Many were too fundamental to reality to erase without consequence. Oceanus, Coeus, Hyperion, Creus, forces that shaped the world itself, destroying them would destabilize existence. So they were confined. Not killed. Not forgotten. Contained. Tartarus became a prison, not because it was constructed, but because it was perfect for the task. Its depth severed connection. Its isolation prevented influence. A being cast into Tartarus did not merely lose freedom, they lost participation in the world. This was the true punishment. The Olympians sealed Tartarus not with chains alone, but with layers of authority. Hecatoncheirus, once imprisoned themselves, became its wardens. 100-handed giants, embodying both force and vigilance, stood guard. The irony was deliberate. Those once bound now enforced binding. This reinforced Zeus' message. The old order would not return. Time inside Tartarus did not function like time above. Days did not pass. Seasons did not change. There was no growth, no decay. Only continuation. For immortals, this was worse than death. Existence without progression stripped meaning from being. The Titans trapped there remained conscious. That mattered. They remembered what they had been. They remembered ruling the cosmos. They remembered rebellion, defeat, and betrayal. Tartarus did not erase identity. It preserved it in isolation. This was not mercy. It was containment of memory. Zeus believed that memory itself was dangerous. Forgotten enemies posed no threat. Remembering enemies could inspire sympathy, nostalgia, or rebellion. Tartarus ensured the Titans remained present enough to serve as warning, but distant enough to prevent influence. It was political imprisonment on a cosmic scale. Not all Titans were treated equally. Some, like Oceanus, withdrew voluntarily. Others faded into obscurity or accepted marginal roles in the new order. Tartarus was reserved for those who symbolized defiance, instability, or unresolved authority. Cronus himself was its most significant prisoner. His confinement was not merely punishment, it was symbolic closure, the embodiment of the Titan age locked beneath reality itself. Zeus did not execute his father. That choice mattered. Killing Cronus would have turned him into a martyr, a myth of unjust overthrow. Confinement turned him into a reminder of failure. Tartarus became a message written into the structure of the cosmos. Rebellion had consequences, but so did mercy. Unlike Prometheus' punishment, which was public and instructional, Tartarus was hidden. Mortals did not see it. Most gods never approached it. It existed beyond ordinary experience, reinforcing its role as final boundary. This distinction mattered. Prometheus, suffering warned, Tartarus erased. The Olympians wanted mortals to fear divine displeasure, not understand its mechanics. Tartarus was never meant to be comprehended. It was meant to exist as an unknowable depth. Even Hades ruled near it, not over it. That separation was intentional. Tartarus was beyond governance. Once something entered, it was removed from negotiation, appeal, or reform. Zeus reserved it for absolutes. Over time, Tartarus reshaped the mythology of punishment itself. It became associated not just with titans, but with threats to cosmic order. Later, monsters, enemies, and embodiments of chaos would be cast there. The prison expanded conceptually. It became less about who you were and more about what you represented. Chaos, repetition, endless rebellion. Yet Tartarus was not flawless. By confining ancient beings, the Olympians also preserved them. They ensured that the old forces remained intact, merely dormant. This created a tension within the universe. Nothing in Tartarus was resolved. Everything was postponed indefinitely. Zeus accepted this risk. He believed stability required holding dangerous things out of reach, not eliminating them. This belief defined Olympian rule. Order through management, not destruction. But this also meant the Titan legacy remained embedded in the world's foundation, beneath Olympus, beneath Hades, beneath even memory. Waiting. Tartarus became the graveyard of unfinished conflicts. For the Titans within, eternity was not passive. They could not act, but they could endure. And endurance itself is a form of power. Time did not weaken them. It preserved resentment, identity, and potential. This was the paradox of Tartarus. It was designed to neutralize threats, yet it ensured those threats never truly ended. The Olympians rarely spoke of Tartarus. Silence maintained its authority. To name it too often was to invite curiosity. To explain it was to diminish it. So it remained distant, absolute, final. And yet its existence shaped every decision Zeus made thereafter, knowing that some things could not be undone, only buried, forced restraint. The Olympian order was built not just on victory, but on the fear of repeating the past. Tartarus was the memory of that fear made real. It stood as proof that power, once challenged, never forgets the cost of losing. Not every Titan fell. This fact is often overlooked, softened, or ignored entirely. When stories speak of the Titanomachy, they focus on conflict, defeat, and imprisonment. Tartarus looms so large in memory that it seems to swallow the entire Titan generation. But the truth is quieter. Some Titans were never cast down. Some were never chained. Some were never punished at all. They did not stand beside Cronus, and they did not raise weapons against Zeus. They watched, they withdrew, they remained. And because of that they survived. Oceanus was the most prominent among them. He was not weaker than his brothers. He was not fearful. And he was not ignorant of what was coming. Oceanus understood something fundamental long before the war began. Conflict between generations never truly ends, but participation determines the cost. Oceanus ruled the waters that encircled the world. Not a sea in the modern sense, but a boundary, a living edge. His domain did not expand inward, toward power centers and thrones. It surrounded everything without touching its core. That distance mattered. When Cronus overthrew Uranus, Oceanus did not celebrate. When Cronus ruled, Oceanus did not oppose. When Zeus gathered allies, Oceanus did not resist. He remained where he had always been. The edges. This was not neutrality born from apathy, it was strategic distance. Oceanus represented continuity rather than dominance. His waters flowed regardless of who ruled above them. Storms changed, thrones shattered, generations clashed, but rivers still ran, tides still rose, and the world remained enclosed. Zeus understood this. After the war, Oceanus was not summoned for judgment. He was not questioned, threatened, or tested. His survival was not a reward, it was recognition. You do not punish what does not challenge you. Oceanus, children, the river gods and oceanids, continued their roles uninterrupted. They were not absorbed into Olympian hierarchy, nor stripped of autonomy. Their existence predated Olympian authority and continued alongside it. This coexistence was deliberate. Zeus needed the world to feel stable. Ancient structures that did not resist his rule were allowed to remain untouched. Oceanus was proof that the new order did not require total erasure of the old. Other titans followed similar paths. Coeus, associated with intellect and inquiry, faded from prominence without resistance. He did not rally forces. He did not swear loyalty to either side. His withdrawal was not imprisonment. It was retreat. He became a shadow of thought rather than a force of rule. Creus, less defined even in ancient memory, simply stepped out of the center of events. Some titans were never meant to dominate. Their power was structural, not political. Once the structure was in place, they were no longer needed at the forefront. These titans were not cowards. They were observers. The Titanomachy was not a universal civil war. It was a concentrated conflict driven by ambition, prophecy, and fear. Many titans recognized that the struggle between Cronus and Zeus was not about justice or order, but succession. And succession rarely benefits those caught between generations. Rhea understood this too, though she acted differently. But titans, like Oceanus, chose stillness over manipulation. They did not attempt to shape the outcome. They accepted change without participating in violence. This choice carried consequences. They were not celebrated. They were not worshipped widely. Their myths thinned over time. Mortals remembered the dramatic, the fallen, the punished, the defiant. Those who endured quietly became background forces. But endurance was its own victory. The Olympians did not trust neutrality, but they respected it when it proved stable. Oceanus never tested Olympian authority. He never interfered with divine politics. His waters did not flood Olympus nor recede in protest. He remained constant, and constancy was valuable. This created a subtle hierarchy among titans after the war. Those imprisoned were dangerous symbols. Those punished publicly were warnings. Those left alone became foundations. The world required foundations. Zeus' rule depended not just on power, but on the illusion of inevitability. The idea that his reign was natural, permanent, and aligned with the structure of reality itself. Allowing certain titans to persist without conflict reinforced this narrative. It suggested that the new order was compatible with the old, but this compatibility had limits. Neutral titans were tolerated only as long as they remained disengaged. The moment neutrality shifted into influence, tolerance would end. This unspoken rule governed post-war coexistence. Oceanus never crossed it. Even when Olympian gods expanded their domains, even when Poseidon ruled the seas within the world, Oceanus remained beyond them. Poseidon controlled oceans and storms, but Oceanus was the boundary itself. A difference of scale and function. Poseidon governed waters people experienced. Oceanus defined the world's limits. One was political, the other was conceptual. Zeus did not challenge that distinction. To do so would have been to reopen conflict. Some myths later blurred this line, reducing Oceanus to a river or distant entity. But early traditions preserved his significance. His absence from Olympus was not exile, it was autonomy. This autonomy set a precedent. Not all power needed to kneel. The Olympian order was not totalitarian. It did not absorb every force into itself. Instead, it created layers. Olympians ruled the center. Ancient forces stabilized the edges. Monsters, spirits, and lesser beings filled the spaces between. This layered cosmos was more resilient than Cronus' centralized rule. Cronus had tried to control everything. Zeus allowed coexistence. That difference mattered. Yet neutrality carried a cost for the Titans themselves. As centuries passed, worship shifted, stories changed, names faded. Titans who neither rebelled nor suffered were forgotten first. Memory favors drama. Oceanus survived, but his presence became abstract. Rivers remembered him. Borders echoed his function, but mortals rarely invoked his name directly. This was not punishment. It was irrelevance. Some Titans may have preferred Tartarus to obscurity. At least imprisonment preserved identity. Neutrality dissolved it slowly. And yet, this dissolution ensured survival. The Titans, who were never imprisoned, became proof that the Titan Age did not end in annihilation. It transformed. It receded. It layered itself beneath Olympian narratives. Their existence complicates the idea of generational overthrow. The Titanomachy was not a clean replacement. It was a negotiation between destruction and preservation. Oceanus embodied that negotiation. He did not rule the new world. He did not resist it. He allowed it to exist. And in doing so, he outlasted those who fought for control. The Titans who were never imprisoned remind us that mythological power is not only about dominance. Sometimes it is about knowing when not to act. In a cosmos defined by prophecy and repetition, stepping aside was the only true escape from the cycle. And so they remain. Not below, not above, but around. When the Titans fell, the world did not reset. There was no clean break, no sudden silence, no moment where everything stopped and began again under a different name. The end of the Titan Age was not an erasure. It was a shift. Slow, uneven, and quiet, in places where the war had never reached. The most important change was not who ruled, but how rule itself worked. Under the Titans, power was heavy. It pressed downward. Cronus ruled through control and fear, shaped by the same terror that had driven Uranus before him. Authority flowed in one direction. The world was ordered, but rigid, stable, but tense. Everything existed under the weight of prophecy, even if no one spoke it aloud. After the war, Zeus did not remove that weight completely, but he redistributed it. The Olympian order introduced layers. Responsibilities were divided. Domains were assigned. No single god held everything in their hands the way Cronus had tried to. This did not make the world fair, but it made it flexible. And flexibility was new. The sky was no longer a crushing presence. Under Uranus, the sky had pressed constantly against the earth. Under Zeus, the sky became distance, height, space, something above rather than something that smothered. The earth changed as well. Gaia remained, but her role shifted. She was no longer the center of power struggles. She became background, foundation, memory. She still influenced events, but no longer directed them openly. The world moved on top of her, rather than through her. Time itself felt different. During the Titan Age, time was cyclical but oppressive. Cronus embodied time as consumption, repetition, and inevitability. Everything moved forward only to be pulled back. The future existed, but it was feared. After Cronus fell, time did not become gentle, but it became directional. The Olympians believed in progress, even if that progress was uneven and often cruel. Generations were allowed to grow. Children were not swallowed to prevent replacement. Succession became structured rather than paranoid. This alone reshaped reality. Mortals noticed it first. Humans had existed during the Titan Age, but they were undefined, fragile, experimental. They lived short lives without clear purpose, shaped by forces that barely noticed them. Under the Olympians, humans became relevant. not equal, never equal, but visible. Gods argued over humans, used them, protected them, punished them, loved them. This attention was not kindness, but it gave humans a place in the story. Under the Titans, humanity had been a footnote. Under the Olympians, it became a theme. The world became more crowded. The Titan age was vast but sparse. Few rulers, broad domains, long silences. The Olympian age filled those silences with stories. Gods appeared everywhere. Mountains had names. Springs had guardians. Forests had moods. The divine became local. This localization of power mattered. Instead of one overwhelming authority, people encountered many smaller ones. This made the world feel more alive, but also more unpredictable. Favor could be gained. Wrath could be avoided. Rules existed, even if they were inconsistent. Under the Titans, rules were absolute. Under the Olympians, they were personal. Nature itself shifted in tone. Storms were no longer expressions of cosmic imbalance. They were moods. Earthquakes were not signs of rebellion. They were reactions. The world felt emotional rather than mechanical. This anthropomorphism changed how mortals related to reality. The universe was no longer distant and unknowable. It was temperamental but familiar. The cost of this familiarity was instability. The Olympians fought among themselves. They disagreed. They took sides. Their conflicts spilled into the world constantly. While the Titan age was oppressive, it was also quiet. The Olympian age was loud. Wars between cities echoed divine rivalries. Family disputes mirrored divine feuds. Human suffering often became collateral in divine drama. But change also brought opportunity. Heroes could rise. Mortals could defy fate briefly. Cleverness mattered as much as strength. Prometheus, influence lingered here, even after his punishment. The idea that intelligence could challenge power survived the Titan Age. The structure of punishment changed as well. Under the Titans, threats were hidden, children were swallowed, enemies were buried. Under the Olympians, punishment became symbolic, visible, instructive. Tartarus remained, but it became a destination rather than a secret. This transparency reinforced Zeus. Authority. Fear was still present, but it was framed as justice rather than paranoia. Not everyone believed the framing. Older beings remembered the Titans differently. Nymphs, spirits, and ancient creatures noticed that the world felt less stable, more reactive. Power shifted more often. Alliances mattered. Favor could vanish overnight. But these beings adapted. Adaptation became the defining trait of the post-Titan world. Those who could not adapt were pushed aside. Monsters that belonged to older structures became threats to be slain. Ancient laws were rewritten. Old boundaries blurred. This rewriting did not erase the past. It layered over it. Tartarus still existed beneath everything. The Titans still endured. Gaia still felt every step. The world carried its history physically, not just mythologically. The Olympian order rested on Titan bones. Zeus knew this. That knowledge shaped his rule. He was powerful, but cautious. He punished rebellion harshly, but he avoided repeating Cronus, mistakes. He allowed distance. He allowed balance. He allowed certain ancient forces to remain untouched. This restraint was not kindness. It was survival. The world after the Titans was not better. It was more complex. Complexity meant possibility. Possibility meant risk. And risk defined the age to come. The Titan Age ended not with silence, but with noise. With arguments, prayers, songs, and stories. The universe became something that could be narrated rather than endured. And in that narration, the Titans did not disappear. They became the past that explained the present. They became cautionary tales. They became foundations no one talked about, but everyone stood on. The world changed after the Titans, not because the Titans were gone, but because their failure taught the next generation how not to rule. Whether the Olympians truly learned that lesson would take many more stories to answer. The Olympians did not rise blindly. They were not children who stumbled into power without memory. Every major decision they made was shaped by what they had seen, what they had suffered, and what they had helped to destroy. The Titan Age was not just a past era to them. It was a lesson written into the structure of the world. The first and most obvious lesson was about fear. Uranus ruled through fear of his children. Cronus ruled through fear of his own. Both believed the same thing, that power could be preserved by preventing succession, that if the future were denied long enough, the present could remain permanent. Both were wrong. The Olympians understood that fear of replacement does not stop change, it accelerates it. Uranus, cruelty, gave Gaia reason to plot. Cronus, paranoia, gave Rhea reason to lie. Each attempt to prevent overthrow created the conditions for it. Zeus never forgot this. He feared rebellion, but he did not attempt to erase the next generation. He allowed his siblings to grow. He allowed gods beneath him to exist. Even when prophecies warned him, he searched for ways to avoid repeating Cronus' mistake rather than acting on raw terror. This did not make Zeus gentle. It made him strategic. The Olympians learned that swallowing the future only guarantees its violence when it finally emerges. Another lesson was about isolation. Cronus ruled alone. Even among the Titans, power was centralized. Decisions flowed from him downward. Dissent was suppressed rather than managed. This created silence around him, and silence allowed fear to grow unchecked. The Olympians did the opposite. They argued constantly. They disagreed openly. Conflicts happened in the open rather than behind closed doors. This chaos was frustrating, but it prevented the kind of absolute stagnation that had doomed the Titans. Power was shared, not equally but deliberately. Poseidon ruled the seas. Hades ruled the underworld. Hera held authority over marriage and legitimacy. Athena over wisdom and strategy. Apollo over light and order. Each domain created limits. Cronus had none. The Olympians learned that unchecked authority turns inward. It consumes itself. They also learned about visibility. The Titans hid their crimes. Uranus buried his children. Cronus concealed his fear behind ritual. Their violence was secretive, internal, unspoken. The Olympians made punishment visible. When they punished, they did so publicly. Prometheus was chained in the open. Atlas was placed where all could see him. This visibility was not mercy, it was messaging. Power, when seen, feels justified. Power, when hidden, feels unstable. The Olympians understood that belief mattered as much as strength. Another lesson came from the relationship between ruler and world. Under the Titans, the cosmos felt distant. Reality existed as a structure imposed from above. Mortals lived beneath it, not within it. The Olympians changed this. They inserted themselves into the world constantly. They walked among humans. They loved them, punished them, guided them, ruined them. This involvement was chaotic, but it created connection. Cronus had ruled the world. Zeus ruled within it. This difference mattered deeply. It created loyalty, resentment, worship, and fear, all of which stabilized power far more effectively than silence ever had. The Olympians also learned about prophecy. The Titans tried to fight prophecy directly. They treated it as an enemy. Uranus resisted it. Cronus attempted to devour it. The Olympians treated prophecy as a condition rather than a threat. Zeus did not try to destroy fate. He negotiated with it, he delayed it, he redirected it. Sometimes he avoided it altogether by changing circumstances rather than denying outcomes. This flexibility was learned through suffering. Rigid resistance had destroyed the Titans. Adaptation preserved the Olympians. Another lesson lay in generational memory. The Titans forgot their origins. Uranus forgot Gaia's power. Cronus forgot Uranus, fate. Each generation assumed it was different enough to escape the same end. The Olympians remembered. They spoke of the Titans constantly. They referenced them. They punished them visibly. They preserved their existence in Tartarus rather than erasing them. Memory became a warning system. Forgetting had doomed the Titans. Remembering protected the Olympians. This memory also shaped how the Olympians treated rebellion. They crushed it early. Not because they feared it, but because they understood how small acts of defiance grow when ignored. The Titans had allowed resentment to build quietly until it became unstoppable. Zeus did not make that mistake. When threats appeared, they were addressed decisively, sometimes brutally, sometimes preemptively. This created an order that was harsh but stable. The Olympians also learned about balance. Cronus had tried to control everything. Time, succession, fate, and fear all centered on him. The Olympians spread responsibility. Even Zeus had limits. He could not rule the underworld. He did not control the seas. He did not own wisdom itself. These boundaries were not weaknesses. They were safeguards. The Titans had lacked boundaries. And finally, the Olympians learned about legacy. The Titans ruled as if their reign were eternal. They built no future beyond themselves, no continuity, no transition. The Olympians planned for endurance. They created systems, families, myths that explained their rule, heroes who carried their influence forward. They embedded themselves into culture rather than standing above it. This embedding ensured survival. The Olympians did not believe they were perfect. They believed they were better prepared. Whether that belief was justified is another question entirely. But what is clear is this: the Olympians did not overthrow the Titans just to replace them. They studied them. They learned from them. They built their world in reaction to Titan failure. Every throne on Olympus stood where a Titan once fell. Every law echoed a lesson paid for in blood and silence. The Olympians ruled not because they were wiser by nature, but because they remembered what happened when power refused to learn. The Titan Age did not end the moment Cronus fell. This is the part most stories rush past. They mark the defeat, name the victor, and move on. But ages do not end like battles. They do not stop because someone loses. They fade, they settle, they leave traces behind that take time to cool. The Titan Age ended slowly. It ended when the world stopped expecting Titans to return. At first, nothing looked finished. Tartarus was sealed, but it had been sealed before. The Titans were imprisoned, but the earth still remembered their weight. Mountains did not shift overnight. Seas did not redraw themselves. The sky did not change color. For a long time, the world existed in overlap. Olympian rule began, while Titan influence still lingered everywhere. People prayed to new gods but walked on land shaped by old ones. Rivers still followed paths laid down in the Titan Age. Time itself still carried Cronus, shadow. Even Zeus, for all his authority, ruled a world that was not built for him. This was not defeat. This was transition. The true end of the Titan Age came when its logic stopped governing reality. Under the Titans, the universe was defined by inevitability. Power moved in cycles. Parents feared children. Children replaced parents. Each generation believed itself trapped in repetition. Nothing truly new could exist, only variations of the same struggle. That mindset did not disappear immediately. Zeus himself struggled with it. Prophecies haunted him, he feared replacement, even as he tried to rule differently. The Olympians carried Titan anxiety into their new order like a scar that had not yet healed. The Titan age truly ended when that anxiety stopped being central, when fear of succession became background noise rather than a ruling principle. This shift did not come from victory, it came from exhaustion. The war had drained both sides. The Titans were broken, but the Olympians were marked. They had seen what endless resistance cost. They had witnessed the limits of raw power. They understood, perhaps better than any gods before them, that domination alone could not sustain a world. The Titan Age ended when survival replaced conquest as the priority. Zeus no longer sought to prove himself through destruction. He focused on order, not perfect order, but workable order, systems, roles, agreements, even compromises. The Titans had ruled through force. The Olympians ruled through structure. This difference reshaped everything. The earth stopped expecting upheaval at every generation. The sky no longer pressed downward with threat. Time moved forward without immediately looping back on itself. Mortals noticed this before gods did. Lives lengthened slightly, patterns stabilized, seasons became predictable enough to plan around. These were small changes, but they signaled something enormous. The world was no longer bracing for collapse. The Titan Age also ended symbolically. Names changed. Children were no longer named after Titans in fear or reverence. Stories stopped positioning Titans as future threats and began framing them as past lessons. Songs spoke of before and after. Language shifted. When something was ancient, it was called titanic, but no longer alive. When something was powerful, it was Olympian. This distinction mattered. It placed the Titans firmly behind the present. Even Tartarus changed. It stopped being a looming possibility and became a fixed location, a place, not a fear. The Titans were no longer hidden, they were contained. Containment is different from erasure. The Olympians did not destroy the Titans, because destruction leaves uncertainty. What is destroyed can return in new forms. What is contained becomes static. The Titan Age ended when the Titans stopped influencing events directly. Gaia still existed, but she no longer drove history. Oceanus still flowed, but he did not intervene. Prometheus still acted, but as an individual, not as a representative of his generation. The Titans became exceptions rather than forces. This was the true closure. The world no longer revolved around them. Another sign of the end came through memory. At first, mortals remembered Titans as rulers, then as enemies, then as stories, finally as metaphors. Cronus stopped being a god people feared and became time itself. Atlas stopped being a general and became a symbol of burden. The Titans dissolved into concepts. Concepts do not rule, they explain. This transformation marked the final stage of the Titan Age, when Titans were no longer actors, but references, when they existed to make sense of the present rather than to threaten it. Even the Olympians began to speak of the Titans in the past tense without hesitation. They no longer expected retaliation, no longer prepared for resurgence, no longer watched Tartarus with constant vigilance. Confidence replaced caution. That confidence was dangerous, but it marked closure. The Titan Age did not end because it was defeated. It ended because it was no longer necessary. The world had outgrown it. This does not mean the Titans were wrong. Their era was suited to a world that was still forming, still raw, still undefined. They ruled a cosmos that needed heavy hands and absolute boundaries. But once those boundaries were set, once the structure existed, that style of rule became suffocating. The Titan Age ended because its function was complete. And completion is not failure. The Olympians inherited a world stabilized by Titan sacrifice, violence, and endurance. They did not build from nothing. They stepped into a universe already shaped by forces far older than themselves. In that sense, the Titan Age never truly vanished. It became invisible. The end of the Titan Age was not a moment of silence, but a moment where silence became possible, where the world no longer shook under generational conflict, where time flowed without constantly looking backward. That is what an age ending actually looks like. Not collapse, not erasure, but the quiet realization that something will never return to the center again. After the Titans fell and after the Olympians secured their rule, something unexpected happened. Nothing. No great war followed. No immediate age of heroes began. No sudden flood of legends filled the world. For a long time, the universe simply existed. This period is rarely discussed because it lacks spectacle. There are no famous names attached to it, no monsters slain, no cities founded by destiny. And yet, this silence was one of the most important phases in mythic history. It was the first time the world rested. The Titan Age had been heavy. Even when nothing dramatic occurred, tension lingered beneath everything. Power was centralized, fear was constant, and the future felt dangerous. The Olympian rise had been violent and exhausting. Gods fought gods, the earth suffered, and reality itself bent under the strain. When it ended, the cosmos needed time to recover. The Olympians understood this, even if they never said it aloud. Zeus ruled, but he did not immediately impose his presence everywhere. The gods withdrew to Olympus. They organized themselves, they argued. They defined boundaries and domains, but they did not yet flood the world with divine drama. For once, restraint prevailed. The world below felt this absence. Storms became less frequent, earthquakes less symbolic. The sky remained distant and mostly quiet. The sea followed its rhythms without divine interference at every turn. Nature behaved like nature. This was new. During the Titan Age, natural events felt purposeful, as if the universe itself were acting with intent. In this quiet period, events simply happened. Rain fell because clouds formed. Rivers flooded because seasons changed. Meaning loosened its grip. For mortals, this silence was both unsettling and comforting. They had lived so long under overwhelming forces that quiet felt unnatural. Some feared it was temporary. Others suspected it was a trap. But slowly, people adapted. They began to plan rather than survive, to build rather than hide. Communities stabilized. Farms lasted longer than a generation. Settlements remained where they were built. The idea of permanence began to take root. This was not yet civilization, as later myths would describe it, but it was preparation. A world learning to breathe. The gods watched. They did not intervene constantly because they were learning as well. The Olympians had power, but power without understanding leads to repetition. They had overthrown the Titans precisely because Titan rule had become rigid and fearful. They were determined not to rush into the same mistake. This silence was intentional. Zeus allowed the world to settle into his rule naturally. He did not demand immediate worship. Temples were rare. Rituals were informal. Gods were known, but distant. They were present without being intrusive. This distance created space. Space for humans to develop identity without constant divine interruption. Space for myths to form slowly rather than being imposed. Space for the idea of heroes to emerge organically rather than being manufactured. Heroes require contrast. They rise not during chaos but after it. They exist when the world is stable enough to notice individual action. The Titan Age had been too overwhelming for heroes. the Olympian Wars too all-consuming. This quiet period made heroism possible, but it did not produce heroes immediately. First came normalization. People learned the patterns of the world. Seasons repeated predictably. Death felt final but not meaningless. Birth was no longer overshadowed by cosmic fear. Time moved forward without looping back on itself violently. Cronus, shadow faded slowly. The gods themselves changed during this time. They became more defined, less abstract. Apollo learned order. Athena refined strategy. Hera shaped institutions. Poseidon tested boundaries. Hades solidified the underworld as a place of separation rather than terror. Even Zeus matured. He shifted from conqueror to ruler. His attention moved from proving dominance to maintaining balance. This transition was not smooth, but it was real. The silence allowed reflection. Without immediate threats, the gods confronted what they had inherited, a world shaped by ancient violence, a foundation built on suffering. They did not attempt to undo it. Instead, they built carefully on top of it. The Titan Age had been about raw force. The Olympian Age would be about narrative. But narratives take time. This period is often called empty, but it was not. It was full of small adjustments, quiet decisions, subtle shifts that would later make legends possible. It was the calm where rules were internalized rather than enforced. The underworld settled into function. The sea accepted its new hierarchy. The sky became a place of observation rather than oppression. The world stopped flinching. Even Tartarus felt different. The Titans remained imprisoned, but their presence no longer dominated thought. They became distant, almost forgotten. Their suffering continued, but it no longer defined the present. This forgetting was not cruelty. It was closure. The long silence ended, not with a command from Zeus, but with curiosity from humans. People began to ask questions. Why do the gods care? Can they be challenged? What happens if someone acts beyond their station? These questions did not arise during chaos. They emerged during stability. The first myths of cleverness appeared, stories of trickery, defiance, and ingenuity. Not yet heroes, but precursors. Individuals who stood out not through strength, but through choice. The gods noticed this shift. They responded cautiously. Some encouraged it. Others punished it. But the interaction began. The quiet world started to speak. This was the true beginning of myth, as humans would know it. Not with thunder. Not with war. But with conversation. The silence before new stories began was not empty time. It was the pause that gave meaning to what followed. Without it, heroes would have been noise. Legends would have been chaos. Stories would have collapsed under their own weight. This calm allowed memory to organize itself. Allowed history to separate into eras. Allowed people to say that was before. And once people can say that, a future becomes possible. The Titans belong to the distant past. The Olympians belong to the present. The heroes would belong to the bridge between gods and humans. But that bridge needed firm ground. The long silence provided it. When stories finally returned, they did so gently at first. A name, a deed, a moment that mattered more than it should have. From there, everything followed. But none of it would have made sense without this quiet age. The age where the world learned what it was like not to be ruled by fear. The age where gods learned restraint. The age where humans learned that their actions might matter. That silence was not an absence of story. It was the moment the world prepared to listen. And when it was ready, the stories came. If you've made it this far, thank you for staying with the story. If this quiet journey through the Age of the Titans helped you relax, you can leave a like to support the channel. You're welcome to subscribe if you'd like to continue with the next parts, and feel free to leave a comment if you want to share a thought or simply say hello. For now, take a deep breath, get comfortable, and let the rest of the night stay calm. More stories will be here when you're ready.